Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to public sector superannuation and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to public sector superannuation and for related purposes.
And I call the Minister.
Speaker, I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
I call the Minister.
The Public Sector Superannuation Salary Legislation Amendment Bill of 1922 repeals paragraph 5E of the superannuation salary regulations with effect from the 1st of July 1986 and provides that the effect of the repeal does not apply to individuals where limited circumstances are satisfied. The changes to the bill are only relevant to current and former Commonwealth public sector civilian employees. The default superannuation salary of a member of the Commonwealth Superannuation Scheme established under the Superannuation Act of 1976 includes the value of any allowance that under the regulations is to be treated as salary under the Act. Now, prior to March 2022, paragraph 5E of the regulations provided that rent-free use of housing made available to a person by reason that they held a particular office or performed particular duties or work was an allowance that was to be treated as salary for the purpose of the Act. The value of rent-free housing as per paragraph 5E of the regulations flowed through to the default superannuation salary of members of the public sector superannuation scheme and members of the PSSA accumulation plan and certain members of non-Commonwealth choice funds. At the time the regulations were made in 1978, an employee's assessable income was taken to include the value of rent-free housing. With the introduction of the fringe benefits tax regime in 1986, the tax burden in relation to that rent-free housing shifted from the employee to the employer. Following this change in 1986, the Commonwealth has typically treated rent-free housing as forming part of superannuation salary, and generally neither employers nor employees have made superannuation contributions that have taken into account the value of rent-free housing. A recent case before the Federal Court has exposed differing views on the operation and scope of former paragraph 5E of the regulations. If the interpretation as argued by the applicants was accepted, it would have significant financial impacts for the Commonwealth and inequitable financial outcomes for differing cohorts of individuals. Some individuals would receive an unexpected windfall increase in their superannuation benefits, while others could incur potentially large unexpected debts for unpaid member contributions, with little or no corresponding increase in their superannuation benefits. These outcomes would be a consequence of the reliance by all relevant parties on a view that rent-free housing at the time it was provided did not form part of superannuation salary. Retrospectively repealing paragraph 5E of the regulations will regularise the past administration practice of the Commonwealth employers and employees by effectively restoring the position with respect to rent-free housing that all relevant parties have treated as governing the Commonwealth Civilian Public Sector Superannuation Scheme since 1986. The repeal of paragraph 5E of the regulations will commence from the 1st of July 1986, the date of the introduction of the fringe benefits tax regime, and therefore regularise the change in practice that seemingly occurred after that time. As the purpose of the retrospective repeal of paragraph 5E of the regulations is to regularise the long-standing practice of employees and employers, that is, the understanding that everybody had in relation to these matters, the bill makes provision for cases, if any, in which paragraph 5E was applied historically in particular employer relationships in a way that included the value of rent-free housing in superannuation salary. To be clear, if there was a specific contract that said rent-free housing was to be included as a part of salary for superannuation purposes, a specific provision that said that, nothing in this bill will change those arrangements. The bill does this by excluding a limited cohort of individuals from the effect of the repeal of paragraph 5E of the regulations where no one was acting pursuant to a mistake, as shown from the actions of both Commonwealth employers and employees, as evidenced by contributions having been made on that basis in the period 1 July 1986 to 28 February 2022, that the value of rent-free housing received by the employee was included in their superannuation salary. The exclusion end date of 28 February 2022 reflects that paragraph 5E of the regulations was repealed with prospective effect from 1 March 2022. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue the debate? There's no leave granted? Sorry, I'll give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Leave is not granted. And if I can explain shortly why and put our position on the records and to be clear about the division we'll be calling and why. It's unusual that a bill comes to the House for a second reading and then people don't have time to consider it in the House and debate immediately happens and then it goes straight to a vote. This is a bill that has financial consequences, as the minister has outlined. It was a bill that was brought to the Senate in similar circumstances yesterday and rushed through the Senate in the morning. It is not clear that there's a compelling case for urgency that this can't be dealt with in the normal course. As a matter of process, I understand, and it's probably the case that the government and the opposition are prepared to push this through quickly, but on bills that do have financial consequences, especially if something has been known for some time, especially in the context where, as I understand, this was an issue that was carried over from the previous government, we should not be in the practice of forcing people in this House to, especially where there's such a large number of crossbenchers here, to just take something at face value and push it through without the opportunity to have the usual debate. In terms of what we know about this bill, we're in a position where we don't know enough to be able to support it. We don't know enough to be able to support it because the government is rushing it through. From what the minister has said, I mean, one of the things that I know is that in negotiating enterprise agreements, and my understanding is that this is in part about how a court interpreting how an enterprise agreement, what counts as salary for the purposes of superannuation. It is often the case that employees will make trade-offs in doing that and will say, I might accept a lower wage in return for a bigger package, and then superannuation is calculated on that whole package. If that's the case that's happening here, then it may be that the employees have a legitimate argument. On the other hand, it may be that there's a loophole that is being exposed and that if we had more time to consider it, we might be in a position to agree. But given that it is being rushed through and no basis has been put as to why it should be rushed through, and especially given that we know that this has been an issue that has been here for months and could have gone through the usual parliamentary processes, we can't support it being pushed through on a second reading. The usual practice should apply. I understand there's a lot that the House has got to get to today, so we won't speak any further on the second reading question. We tend not to divide on this question that will now be put by the government to ensure its passage through. We've made our point about it being rushed through, but we will oppose the second reading, in large part on process grounds, because we don't think that any of us should be put in a position of having to vote on a bill that has only been introduced today, where no compelling case for urgency has been made out. It sets a very, very bad precedent, especially given that there were weeks that everyone in this parliament could have been given the content of the bill, told the significance of it and been able to consider it with their own teams, take advice and come to a genuine position. This is bad process. It's a bad way to start the parliament and we can't support it.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. To facilitate debate, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the bill being passed through all its stages without delay.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. The question is now the bill read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the government for introducing the bill? Can I thank the Leader of the Greens for his concerns, some of which are quite legitimate. It is a very rare thing for a parliament to consider making a retrospective law dating back to the 80s that is currently before the courts. Very, very rare. I've been here for 15 years. This is only the second time I've seen it done. The other time was when I did it as the Assistant Treasurer 5 years ago. So I'm very cognizant of the issues of why Assistant Treasurers who are responsible for super and tax, why they always get lumbered with the most contentious and difficult of issues. It's why I appreciate the point the Leader of the Greens made, because this is very, very unusual. And one of the reasons Assistant Treasurers find themselves in these positions, and the last one also dealt with superannuation, is because when laws were written back in the 80s and 90s, many things were assumed. In the case I dealt with, the assumption was that everyone knew what a lump sum was in super, and it was not defined until people took it before a court to seek it to be defined. We are being faced with a similar issue here, where in the absence of definition and pre-FBT, certain issues, in this case the condition of rent-free housing ostensibly for diplomats overseas, whilst not explicitly provided for as being a basis for salary for which super on top of. In the absence of that definition, public servants have sought to take it to court. That case, the Peace case, if you like, relates to potential windfall superannuation payments as well as unexpected debts from unpaid member contributions for a case that is before the federal court, being taken there by 3 former diplomats who are claiming the value of their publicly funded housing rent-free should be included in their salary for superannuation purposes. That is the basis of this discussion. It will have somewhere between an $8 to $11 billion impact potentially upon the budget. It is a serious issue, and it's why we should look at this seriously. Can I say from the outset the opposition will be supporting the government, noting the irregularity and the rarity that these come up. This issue has been considered by the government soberly and sensibly, and we thank them for that. The previous coalition government was keeping an eye on this as a very high-risk public administration issue prior to the election, so this is not something that has been rushed by either the coalition or the opposition when it was previously in government. This has been thought through. Can I say the bill is consistent with the former government's approach to addressing issues like this and how they're to be done? Just for the benefit of the House, this issue about rent-free housing was generally not provided prior to the introduction of FBT in 1986, as it would have attracted income tax. From 1986 onwards, it became commonplace that the tax burden shifted to the employer and that rent-free arrangements, unless explicitly stated, did not count as salary for superannuation purposes. That was the generally considered view, and those views should be held to stand, regardless if they were not included in instruments at the time or otherwise. Since 1986, the Commonwealth has typically not treated rent-free housing as forming part of superannuation salary, and generally neither employers or employees have made superannuation contributions that have taken into account the value of rent-free housing. That is how the system has run for 36 years. And I appreciate now that there is a court case and we're having to face a difficult issue whereby these issues weren't defined, but it doesn't mean the definition wasn't implied and well understood for almost a third of a century. The applicants in the case before the federal court, Brendan Pearson Oars versus the Commonwealth, a la the Peace case, are trying to demonstrate differing views on the operation and scope of paragraph 5E of the regs. They have argued for an interpretation which has not been consistent over the last third of a century. If accepted, it would mean a large number of former and current Commonwealth employees, excluding the military, as the minister said, in their thousands would have the value of rent-free housing treated as salary for superannuation purposes. I appreciate courts don't look kindly when the federal parliament intervenes mid-case retrospectively. Whilst I appreciate the court sentiments, it is this place's role to legislate, not the court's. It is the court's case to interpret legislation. And if this place is not satisfied with what the other separated power, in that case the court, has done, it is implied upon this place to seek to make it right. This is the basis of the discussion that we are having now. And on that basis, noting it's a difficult issue, noting it is a very rare thing to do, and it is done sensibly and soberly, as it should be, the opposition will be supporting the government.
Give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for the indulgence. I'd like to put on the public record a potential conflict of interest in regard to this legislation. Having worked for the ABC as a foreign correspondent and been posted overseas in rent-free housing in 2005-2006, from 2010 to 2013 in Southeast Asia and from 2015 to 2019 in the United States, I would like to withdraw myself from this debate and to have it noted that if there is a division, I will not be voting and I will withdraw myself from the chamber. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Similarly, thank you, Mr Speaker. Similarly, I also have a conflict of interest with family member in a similar situation, so I'll also be withdrawing myself from the debate.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Sorry, I'm just hearing the crossbench. 2 voices. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Block the doors. I'll need tellers be appointed for the noes. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Parkes for the ayes and the members for Melbourne and Brisbane for the noes.
Mr. Speaker, do you...
I appoint an additional teller, the member for Grey, for the ayes. To assist with the division, can members just please stay in their places to assist the tellers for the counting during the division? Order. The result of the division is ayes 115, noes 5. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk. Order. If members can return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to public sector superannuation and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? The member for Fadden. I call the minister.
I move that the bill now be read a third time, and in moving so, can I respond to a few of the points that have been made during the second reading debate? The question of urgency was raised by the Leader of the Greens. Can I just make this point? The urgency is providing certainty to employees and indeed to litigants in the matter of the Commonwealth's intention to move in this area. No sane government could do otherwise than this parliament has done this morning. It is intolerable. It wasn't my intention in the course of this debate to go through the scale of the monies involved. But the member for Fadden, in his second reading address, has alluded to the fact that the cost, well known to them because they were considering the same matter when they were in government a few months ago, is in the order of $11 billion. So to the members of the Greens, I'd just simply make this point. That's about what we spend on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, and it would well and truly pay for the cost of any proposal to introduce dental care into the Medicare benefit scheme. These are not small amounts of money. No sane government could do anything other than what we are proposing to do today. I want to thank the member for Goldstein and the member for McKellar. Although there was no legal obligation on them to do so, they honourably declared a conflict of interest in this debate, and I pay tribute to the actions that they have just put themselves through by absenting themselves from the chamber. With those brief comments, Speaker, I move that the bill be read a third time, and I commend the bill to the House.
I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to public sector superannuation and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Orders of the day 1 and 2, Climate Change Bill 2022 and Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022.
The original question was that the bills be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question again. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. I'll ask the clerks to ring the bells for 5 minutes, so all members will be aware of the division. Nearly. What? So- Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Grey as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Melbourne and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. I just remind members to please stay in your place to assist the tellers during the division. Just talking. Order. The result of the division is ayes 122, noes 9. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the clerk. The question is that the bills now be read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Against, noes. I think the ayes have it.
Noes have it.
Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. locked the doors. The question is that the bill's been now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 56. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second readings. A bill for an act to set out Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets, to provide for annual climate change statements, to confer advisory functions on the Climate Change Authority and for related purposes, and a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Climate Change Act 2022 and for other purposes.
The House will now consider the bill. Order. The House will now consider the bills in detail. The question is that the bills be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the member for Curtin, I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in her name. The member for Curtin is unfortunately unable to attend today because of COVID. Clause 3 of the Climate Change Bill sets out the objects of the bill. This clause, in its current form, has been included after discussions between the crossbench and the government and is a welcome addition to the bill. The bill, in its current form, sets out 3 objects of the bill: to set out targets, to promote accountability, and to ensure that advice from the Climate Change Authority informs the settings of targets and annual climate statements. The proposed amendment adds another object: to advance an effective and progressive response to the urgent threat of climate change, drawing on the best available scientific knowledge. This amendment aims to broaden the legislation beyond the setting of a number, to reflect that the Parliament's intention is that this legislation be an effective, symbolic start to real climate action. This amendment clarifies the underlying climate goals of the bill, the urgency of action and a link to scientific knowledge. An acknowledgement of the objects clause of the urgency and a link to the scientific knowledge should give business certainty that this is a new era in climate policy and that the Australian Parliament has an intention to be guided by the science and to decarbonise our economy. The setting of a numerical target is the first step in this significant shift. A related amendment is also proposed to amend subpart B of clause 3 so it promotes accountability and ambition, to reflect that this is the start of a significant journey ahead. Objects clauses serve a few purposes in legislation. Firstly, they provide a statement of the policy objective of the legislation that enables the Parliament and the public to gauge the success of legislation in achieving its policy goals. This bill contains provision for periodic reviews of the operation of the Act under clause 17. If the purpose is narrowly defined as the setting of a target and not to the underlying climate goal, reviews could be limited in scope accordingly. A review might say, yes, the legislation was effective in setting a target, irrespective of whether or not those targets were met. It would be a reasonable community expectation that the review should examine the effectiveness of the legislation in driving climate change mitigation, rather than just the setting of a target. Secondly, objects clauses assist in statutory interpretation, especially for broadly worded provisions. Proposed sections 12, 14 and 17 contain broadly worded obligations. An objects clause that refers to the underlying climate objectives assists in ensuring that these obligations are interpreted consistently with those climate objectives, and that advice, reports and reviews have substance to them. This amendment is consistent with community expectations of the government's mandate to legislate a target, making it clear that the purpose is to drive real and urgent action on climate in line with the science. On behalf of the member for Curtin, I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in her name.
I thank the member, and I give the call. The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the minister.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Kooyong, and in her absence I thank the member for Curtin for this contribution. The member for Curtin is unwell, and I know she would be a very strong participant in this debate if she were here. I might just say, by way of summary, Mr Speaker, there have been a range of discussions of good faith between the government and the crossbench, and as we've said publicly, where there have been suggestions which are entirely in keeping with the government's mandate and approach and make things clearer or more explicit, we are more than happy to work in good faith with the crossbench. This is one instance of a sensible suggestion to a change in the objects. It would be unusual for anybody to oppose such a basic object to comply and to work for the thing that's been laid out by the honourable member's amendment, and the government will support it.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question in to assist the House. These are the amendments moved by the member for Kooyong on behalf of the member for Curtin for 1 and 2. I'll put the question. All those of opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Block the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 57. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Mr Speaker, I move this amendment that's been circulated in my name. I'm moving this amendment because the science says that we should be hitting at least 50%, preferably 60% by 2030 to help keep global temperatures below 2 degrees and as close as possible to 1.5. I went to the election believing, based on modelling and evidence, that 60% is a realistic target within that time frame. But I appreciate the consideration that the minister has given me and other members of the crossbench and this opportunity to move an amendment that I believe strengthens the language of this legislation. In the course of conversations with the minister about this bill, I've advocated strongly for 43% to be explicitly noted as a floor, not a ceiling, when it comes to carbon emissions. This plain language is necessary, I believe, to prevent ambition from being thwarted, to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of this law that limit our future capacity to be brave and innovative and to lead on climate policy. I'm pleased that the minister has indicated his readiness to accept this suggestion of an addition to the note at page 5 to make it clear that the legislation does not limit Australia's ability to reduce its net greenhouse gas emissions beyond 43% below 2005 levels by 2030. This will have some legal force, but as the Supreme Court of Victoria has stated, although a note as such forms part of the Act, it is subordinate to the substantive provisions of which it is merely explanatory or illustrative. Nonetheless, the amendment that I am proposing makes it clearer that there is opportunity to go beyond the 43% cut in carbon emissions supported by this government. I would urge the minister to take a further look at the initial proposal when considering further legislation, but for now this is a substantial step forward. To those members of my community who wanted a more ambitious target, I say this: this bill provides a means for that ambition. Without a guiding principle, it is difficult to progress. So, in my mind, this is very much a start, not a finish. I thank the minister and the government for the collaboration, and I look forward to being ambitious and brave together. I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I also thank the honourable member for Goldstein for her very strong and good faith collaboration with the government. In the NDC that has already been sent to the UNFCCC, it makes it clear that the government regards 43% as a flaw to our ambition, that we think that with industry, governments, state, federal and local working together, the country can do even better. That is explicit in the bill. The honourable member's amendment makes it even more explicit. The government is happy to support it.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. block the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 56. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just to advise the House, the Federation Chamber's tried a few times to start, goes for a couple of minutes and then there's a division on. Can I suggest that the Federation Chamber remain suspended while this bill is being dealt with in the House, and then once we see how long this has taken, a decision be made by the presiding officer as to whether it starts up again today?
In light of the business before the House, the Federation Chamber may resume once we've dealt with these bills. I'll move on with the next item, the next amendment. The question is that the bills be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Speaker, on behalf of the member for Indi, I move Amendments 1 and 2 to the Climate Change Bill 2022 and Amendments 1 and 2 to the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill as circulated in her name. I rise on behalf of the member for Indi, who has asked that I move these amendments on her behalf. The member has provided speaking points to the amendments, which I will now read out. I'm deeply disappointed that I have tested positive for COVID and will be unable to vote in favour of this bill in this House, because this is a bill that is good for regional Australia, which will drive the economic future of regional Australia. The bill sets out in law a commitment that the vast majority of Australians support, that we will decarbonise our economy by the middle of the century. And today I seek 4 simple changes to make a good bill an even better one by inserting regional Australia at the heart of our climate policy framework. First, I propose to amend the Climate Change Authority to make sure that Australia's climate policies boost economic, employment and social benefit for rural and regional Australia. In the government's bill, the Climate Change Authority is the body charged with advising on climate targets and climate policies. I believe that renewable energy and the new industries it will unlock could become the next gold rush for regional Australia, but only if we plan it right. Second, I'm proposing to expand the list of eligible qualifications for appointment to the Climate Change Authority. These are people who will be advising on Australia's targets and tracking our progress to achieve those. We need regional voices at the table, and we need people who understand how to make renewable energy actually deliver for regional communities. Third, my amendment requires the Minister to outline the benefits that their policies are delivering to the regions. A key part of the government's bill is that Climate Change Minister must, each year, deliver a statement to the Parliament on Australia's progress in reaching our targets and the effectiveness of our climate change policies. Under my amendment, the statement must specifically outline the social, economic and employment benefits that those policies are delivering for the region. This is an accountability mechanism. It means that no government can get away with a climate policy that does not specifically address the unique circumstances of an opportunity for regional Australia. And finally, my amendment requires regions to be explicitly considered when setting new emission targets. Under the government's bill, the Climate Change Authority must provide advice on any new or revised emission targets. Under my amendment, when advising on those targets, the authority must advise the Minister on the benefits to regional communities that a higher target would deliver and the physical impacts of climate change on regional Australia. This means that in 3 years, when the government seeks to set a next target for 2035, it will be forced to reckon with 2 facts: that climate change is damaging the regions and that decarbonising the economy must deliver for the regions. It is only sensible that Australia's climate policy framework has a particular focus on the regions, because we regional Australians are at the forefront of the changing climate. We regional Australians endure the brunt of the droughts, the floods, the bushfires that are becoming increasingly intense. And if the regions will host almost all of the new renewable energy, all the new transmission lines and a huge part of the new industries Australia must build to take true advantage of the net zero economic opportunity. This transition will happen primarily in the regions, so it only makes sense that the climate policy keeps a specific focus on the regions. I thank the Minister for Climate Change and Energy for working with me constructively to improve the government's bill. The Coalition right now has a choice to support these amendments and support regional Australia, or to put old politics ahead of regional people and prosperity. And I urge all members to vote for these amendments by putting the regions back into the centre of the climate debate. We are making this bill something we can work for every part of our country. And I was very pleased to read that speech and put forward those amendments on behalf of the member for Indi. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the member for Indi is watching, and I'm sure the whole House wishes her a speedy recovery from COVID. And on behalf of the government, I appreciate the member for Indi's strong interaction with me and with the government on matters of regional affairs. The member for Mayo is a strong advocate for regions, and I'm sure the member for Mayo would agree that the member for Indi is a particularly strong advocate for regions. The member for Indi's amendments, as the member for Mayo has indicated, really do four things: require that the annual climate change statement to the parliament made by the Minister of the day include reference to regional Australia and the impacts of regional Australia. Also, that this be included in the advice to government by the Climate Change Authority to the government on the setting of future targets. Also, this adds to the performance of functions, and also, and I think importantly, adds rural and regional development and community energy as qualifications for appointment to the Climate Change Authority. These are very sensible amendments. I'm very pleased to indicate on behalf of the government we'll support them. I would be shocked if any member would oppose this. I mean, if the National Party is opposing, really, we'll see in a few moments, I suggest, the inclusion of regional affairs in these things, it would really indicate just how low this debate has fallen. I hope I'm on the pessimistic side of the spectrum, and the National Party will be supporting these.
The question is the order. The question is the amendments be. The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Well, I thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Indi as well as the member for Mayo for putting these amendments up. And while the intention is well intent, unfortunately, it doesn't go to the heart of the issue. And in fact, as a coalition, we in fact put in place, as part of our NDC document, a structured process of review that had independence of a review by the Productivity Commission, who are better equipped to undertake these reviews than what the Climate Change Authority are. And this is like having the Climate Change Authority assess their own homework. Why wouldn't we have an independent authority come in and understand the economic impact on regional rural Australia? So to be constructive, as the National Party always is at the heart of representing regional rural Australia and understand the impacts this will have on regional Australia. We'll be working through the Senate committee process to make sure that we can work constructively to get back to the core principle of independence, of giving transparency to what this impact will have on regional rural Australia, so that those people that we represent, that have borne most of the bill in us meeting Kyoto and Paris, bearing those costs, that burden, is not unfairly put on regional rural Australia. So we'll work constructively in that, but we feel that these amendments are ill-equipped to ensure the security for regional and rural Australia to participate in any climate change debate.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I too thank the member for Indi for her amendments and hope she is feeling a little bit better. I also thank the member for Mayo for speaking on her behalf in the chamber. I appreciate the concern that the member for Indi has for regional communities. It's certainly a concern shared at least by everybody on this side of the chamber. And I appreciate also the fact that she is seeking to protect regional communities from impacts of this bill, because rest assured there will be impacts from this bill. As I said in the second reading speech, it is an indictment on the government that it has utterly failed to include any safeguards in these bills and has indeed actively removed safeguards from the Nationally Determined Contribution, the NDC. The Coalition's 2021 NDC included a requirement for regular reviews of the impact of the government's climate change policies on regional communities, on jobs and investment, on energy prices and agriculture land. The new Albanese Labor government have stripped all of these safeguards from the NDC. That is exactly the act that they have taken. With respect to the amendments from the member for Indi, it is not good enough to have the Climate Change Authority do this work. The Leader of the National Party is right. It is equivalent of them marking their own homework. Worse still, it is like the minister himself marking his own homework. That's what these amendments would effectively enable. That's why we have decided, as an opposition, to oppose also this amendment. It's not good enough for a climate change policy body with a narrow field of expertise to be considering the very broad impacts that these bills would likely have on regional Australia. And so the Coalition's approach in government was to have reviews conducted independently, reviews undertaken independent of government by the Productivity Commission. So while I thank the member for Indi for her contribution today, I really do, the Coalition will oppose these amendments, but we will explore further through the committee process in the other place how further safeguards can be placed around these bills. Thanks, Mr Speaker.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I support the member for Indi's amendments moved by the member for Mayo. Item 1 will require the Climate Change Authority, in performing its function, to have regard to the principles such as boosting economic, employment and social benefits, including for rural and regional Australia. Item 2 will set out that appointments to the Climate Change Authority are not eligible for associate members unless the minister is satisfied that the person has rural and regional development and community energy expertise. The amendments ensure that rural and regional Australia are considered when formulating climate policy, as they will be at the forefront of the transition to net zero and climate impacts. As we are debating the consequential amendments bill, I will ask the minister, at a later date, will you extend the consideration of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets to functions of the Board of Industry, Innovation and Science Australia, directions to the board by the minister and the prescribing of programs by the minister under the Research and Development Act of 1986? Thank you.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for McKellar for her support of these very sensible amendments, as I said, moved by the member for Indi. I am surprised that anybody would oppose such sensible amendments. In relation to the honourable member's question, the explanatory memorandum which I've tabled does indicate that there will be further review of the range of government organisations that would be impacted. As the honourable members would appreciate, we have taken the decision to change the objects and functions of a range of organisations. We've also indicated that there are a range of others that would take longer to consider. I'm happy to indicate to the House I envisage this review occurring over the next 12 months. And me coming back to the House within 12 months. I am happy to indicate to the honourable member that the Industry Research and Development Act will be considered as part of that review, as with a range of other acts and organisations. While I have the floor, Mr Speaker, a number of other members have raised issues of a similar nature. I might take this opportunity to answer their questions. They raised them in their second reading speeches. The member for Melbourne asked about NOPSEMA. I can indicate too that NOPSEMA, like other government organisations, will be considered in that review. The member for Melbourne separately raised the matter of native forest wood biomass under the Renewable Energy Electricity Act. I am happy to have further discussions with him and better understand his concerns, as I do with honourable members of good faith across the parliament. I do note that the regulations already include a number of protections to ensure the sustainability of any such energy sources, and it has never been a significant source of certificates under the legislation. However, I am more than happy to hear any concerns that the honourable member has.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
wait till there was an amendment. Go, oh, regions.
Have any credibility criticising it doing it late?
Block the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Beans as teller for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 56. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name. Speaker, as I mentioned in my second reading speech, the government's bill is a good start, but it is deficient, seriously so, and the 3 amendments I presented to the House would go some considerable way to remedying it. Firstly, Speaker, we need much more ambitious targets, because what we do this decade is obviously critically important to the success or failure of Australia's response to climate change. Indeed, experts at the Climate Council tell us that net zero by 2050 is at least a decade too late. In fact, and I quote the Climate Council, this timeline carries a strong risk of irreversible global climate disruption at levels inconsistent with maintaining well-functioning human societies. And, Speaker, using the same methodology as the Climate Change Authority did in 2014, experts have calculated that the global emissions budget gives Australia about 15 years only to reach net zero. The message could not be clearer, Speaker, and when reflecting on it, we need to also consider the fact that Australia is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and indeed much of our wealth has come directly from our fossil fuel resources, which directly contribute to the problem. This economic advantage, plus our abundant natural resources, actually places us in prime position to develop renewable energy capacity and the ability to export this clean energy to the rest of the world. In other words, Australia, of all countries, can be so much more ambitious. With all this in mind, Speaker, Amendments 1 and 2 replace the weak targets currently in the bill with targets of a 75% emissions reduction on 2005 levels by 2030 and a commitment to reach net zero by 2035 at the latest. These are science-backed and equitable. Secondly, Speaker, Australia is one of the largest exporters of fossil fuels on the globe, and our own measuring and reduction of carbon emissions needs to reflect that. Indeed, since 2005, our fossil fuel exports have more than doubled, meaning the emissions caused by other countries burning Australia's exported coal, oil and gas is more than double our total domestic emissions. This contribution to global climate pollution is significant, and it's our responsibility. Yet the current government, even while acknowledging the need to reduce our emissions at home, continues to commit to new fossil fuel exports which will exacerbate the global climate crises, as though these are separate issues. Speaker, we simply can't pretend that, even though it's Australia's policies which lead to Australian companies digging up Australian fossil fuels, that we simply have no responsibility for the carbon emissions released as a result. That's why Amendment 3 requires that Australia's Scope 3 emissions, being the emissions we export overseas, be included in the Minister's annual climate change statements. This would ensure the public cannot be misled when it comes to Australia's huge contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions and puts our fossil fuel exports front and centre. Speaker, as I said before in this place, the overall goal is to reduce the amount of carbon emissions being released into the atmosphere, and we cannot lose sight of this. This isn't a question of whether Australia must report on Scope 3 emissions according to international law or whether these emissions are counted in some other country's database. No, because regardless of whether we planned to export it or we burn it here, what matters is that we leave Australian coal, oil and gas in the ground. And when we do dig it up, we need to account for it. And Amendment number 3 requires the government to report to the parliament on what we are doing to ensure that this is the case in the future. Speaker, time is rapidly running out to reduce emissions and to mitigate the worst of the extreme impacts of climate change. There is so much opportunity for Australia in the energy transition, and we should be taking a lead on the international stage, not sitting on our hands. These amendments, 1, 2 and 3, reflect this ambition, and I call on all members to support them. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The government will not be supporting this amendment. I don't want to belabour or delay the House. I think the reasons for the government's 43% target have been very explicitly explained before the election. It's the target for which we sought a mandate during the election and after the election, and we'll be sticking with that policy for all the reasons the Prime Minister has made very clear. A mandate is something we on this side of the House very much respect.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Block the doors. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Grey tell us for the ayes, and the members for Brisbane and Melbourne as tellers for the noes, with the members for Parkes assisting. Order. The result of the division is ayes 127, noes 8. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Question is that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the revised amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name. Mr. Speaker, we're doing this presumably because we want to stop dangerous climate change. What we know is that the planet is like the human body. There is a narrow temperature range within which it can exist and still be healthy. Heat it up the human body too much, and you start to get sick. Get beyond that acceptable range, organs can start to fail, systems can start to collapse. You might not know exactly how much damage is done, but you're going to do damage that might be irreparable. Heat it up beyond that, and death almost certainly follows. And the planet is the same. The planet has a guardrail of acceptable temperatures. And we know what that is because that's what we signed up to in the Paris Agreement. Scientists have made it crystal clear that beyond 2 degrees of global heating, runaway climate change may become unstoppable. Feedback loops may kick in, and it may be too late for our kids and our grandkids to do what is necessary to fix it. They've also given us a very clear indication that at 2 degrees, even if we stop it going over 2, say goodbye to the Great Barrier Reef. Ensure that crops start to fail. Know that in the Murray-Darling Basin you'd be looking at substantial collapse in agricultural productivity during the lifetime of today's primary school students. The Paris Agreement also says we should keep alive the hopes of limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees. And that's something that our Pacific Island neighbours are crying out for, because they know that if it gets to 2 degrees and we don't stop at 1.5 degrees, their homes disappear. And even 1.5 degrees means a scarier world than what we have now. It means certain crop failures in Australia. It means worse fires and floods than the ones we're seeing at the moment, because we've already hit 1 and a bit degrees, and we've got to stop the world heating by 1.5 degrees. And if we hit 2 degrees, say goodbye to the Great Barrier Reef, and large parts of Australia will start to become uninhabitable if we go above that, and we may never be able to stop climate change. That is why we are doing this. We're not doing this just to have a little bit of pollution reduction. We're doing this to stop us going over the cliff. To meet those targets, we've been told what we need to do. And unfortunately, because the coalition took us backwards for so long, we now need to move faster. When someone has made the problem worse, you need to act quicker to fix it, not slow down. The Climate Council, the Climate Targets Authority, our Pacific Island neighbours, the world's scientists have all said very clearly, if you want to stop global warming exceeding 2 degrees, you'd need to have at least 50% cut. But if you want to limit it to 1.5 degrees, to give us a chance of the reef surviving and the 60,000 jobs that depend on it, to give the Pacific Islands what they are asking for, and what indeed I think this government just signed up to a couple of weeks ago when it signed up to a communique that said it was committed to limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees, then you need pollution cuts of 75%. That is crystal clear. That is the science. That is why we are doing this. Anything less, and you are giving up on 1.5 degrees. And as the member for Ryan eloquently put it yesterday, you've got to understand what Labor's targets mean. Labor's targets mean, according to the Climate Council, the Climate Targets Panel, overshooting 2 degrees. Right? That's what it means. If you think what we're seeing now is bad with the fires and floods, Labor's targets mean twice as worse. It means twice as much heating in our planet, which will mean an exponential lift in the risk to human life and the risk to our environment. We're not doing this just to cut pollution by a little bit. We are doing this to try and stop climate change becoming a runaway chain reaction. So the next time there are fires, the next time there are floods, when we see the Great Barrier Reef bleaching next, know that that is what Labor's targets are all about. That is what they are designed to achieve. 2 degrees or more of heating. Climate Analytics, Climate Council all says that we need to do better. We need to support these amendments.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The government won't be supporting these amendments in line with the reasons I outlined earlier in relation to the honourable member for Clark. The government's position of 43% emissions reduction is the modelled impact of the results of our policies. It's what we regard as necessary to get to net zero by 2050, and it's the policy we will continue to implement.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes. No, my question. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the members for Melbourne and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. Shall remain in their seat. Members could face the tellers so their votes can be recorded. Order. The result of the division is ayes 128, noes 7. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Look, I would like to I've put forward an amendment to the bill, and I'd like to give some consideration to everybody here about why I've put forward that bill.
Order.
There are two changes that I'd like the government
Wentworth.
and the House to consider.
Order. The member for Wentworth. If you could just state, I move the amendment circulated in my name, and then begin.
I move the amendment as circulated in my name. As I said, there are two changes I'd like the government and the House to consider. The bill as drafted would require the minister to make an annual statement to Parliament about Australia's progress in reducing emissions, relevant international developments, the government's climate change policy and the effectiveness of the government's climate change policies. My first change would require that the statement consider sector-by-sector impact of policies. It is important that Australians can see the progress being made by each sector of the economy and understand where climate policies are effective and where they are not. I hope this would bolster the government's sector-by-sector specific plans, setting out targets and measures that would provide certainty for businesses, investors and other stakeholders. My second change would require the statement to consider the effectiveness of the government's policies in general, rather than climate policies specifically. This is a subtle change but an important one. It will allow the minister, with advice from the Climate Change Authority, to consider the impact of the government's policies which may be making the emissions reduction task more difficult, such as fossil fuel subsidies. Transparencies will help to inform the public debate and allow voters to take an informed view of the full cost of government's policies. I believe these changes are reasonable and sensible and will help us make progress towards emissions reduction. I hope that the government and others in this place will seriously consider supporting them. And finally, I'd like to thank the minister and the rest of the crossbench, as well as the government, for their engagement over the bill. It's been an example of the kind of collaboration I think we need in this place. It has been respectful and cooperative and, I believe, constructive. Thank you.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to support the amendment, and the government will support the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth. She has suggested a range of ways that sectoral policies could be considered in this approach, some of which I disagreed with, some of which I agree with. I appreciate her moving an amendment which I had indicated we could support, I think reflecting sectoral approaches, which are very important in terms of getting our emissions reduction in the minister's annual statement of Parliament, is a very sensible thing to do, and I think the honourable member's amendment is well crafted and very supportable.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Young cadet, off you go then. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 54. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question is that the bills be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name. The amendment I am moving today relates to Part 4 of the bill, which outlines the advisory functions of the Climate Change Authority. The Climate Change Authority is charged with giving the minister advice that relates to the minister's preparation of an annual climate change statement. By amending Clause 14, page 9 of the Climate Change Bill 2022, I am seeking to strengthen the parliamentary transparency over this advice. The amendment would have the effect of causing the written advice that the Climate Change Authority prepares to the minister to be tabled within 15 sitting days, rather than simply being put on a website somewhere at an unspecified time, or worse still, potentially being lost in a minister's tray. The initial draft that was shared with me as the member of the crossbench some weeks ago relied heavily on putting parliamentary and public trust in the climate change minister to do the right thing. And as I said earlier in the debate, the truth is, while that may work in this current situation, it's not good enough when it comes to legislating for sustainable, positive change. And so I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to work with the minister and his team to increase the role of the parliament, all members of parliament, to increase transparency and enable greater insight into what advice is being received from where and when. This amendment is one which will help ensure our climate policy will be kept on track, regardless of which major party may be in government. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Mr Speaker, I'm very happy to support this amendment. It would always be my intention to table any advice anyway, as the honourable member knows, and I accept the logic of her suggestion. I'd be surprised, frankly, if any honourable member thought that a minister shouldn't table CCA advice in this House, but that's up to other honourable members to decide.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Block the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 55. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question is that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
The amendments as circulated in my name. And not have read those amendments. The intent of these amendments is to ensure the future of targets and emissions budgets are informed by science, something which for far too long has not really been the source of the debate in this place. This is achieved through requiring the minister to seek the advice of the Climate Change Authority in advance of lodging a new nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. This is important because we know the world is moving towards net zero. We need to ensure we are compliant with our obligations under the Paris Agreement and ensure we are focused on the ultimate goal of the Paris Agreement, which is to achieve limiting global warming to as close to 1.5 degrees as possible. This amendment also clarifies that future greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets are required for 2035 for 2040 and 2045. This provides a very clear roadmap to net zero. The note included in the amendment further reinforces that while the new Climate Change Authority advice isn't necessarily required for adjustments to nationally determined contributions, any adjustment must represent an enhancement of ambition towards emissions reduction. This means we cannot slide backwards. So any change of governments, and I would call this our future insurance policy, that says that once an NDC has been made, it cannot be amended to go backwards. Whilst, of course, this means also the government does not have to seek advice of the Climate Change Authority to review its 2030 target, I would urge the government to, when the evidence is in, when we see how well the international community and in industry and business invests in our transition, that further ambition can be achieved, that we can send that message that we are up for more. Australians have always, absolutely, on the world stage in so many areas, we always bat above our weight. In sport, in industry, in businesses, we always manage to overachieve. And so I would encourage the government to consider, when it's possible, when advice is available, to do that. In my amendment, I'd like to take this opportunity to also ask the Minister a clarifying question on the Consequential Amendments Bill. I appreciate the Minister's commitment to continue reviewing further acts for inclusion in the consequential amendments. So, Minister, could you please confirm that this review process will also consider strengthening the operation of the current set of amendments, such as the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, an amendment, and require in time a shift from may to consider the climate change impacts to must consider climate change impacts? Because clearly may provides a huge loophole from a legal background where further projects can be approved and the climate impacts just ignored. Must provides a much greater liability to consider climate impacts on funding and approvals and projects, and it's clear that that's needed if we want to achieve the ultimate goal of the Paris Agreement of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, the government is happy to support this amendment. This reflects good faith discussions. The honourable member for Warringah had a range of suggestions, from some of which I had some concerns with. I thank her for amending those words and taking that on board. Again, it's a sign of a parliament working well collaboratively. So I think her amendment is a very sound one. Again, it would always be my intention and the government's intention to seek CCA advice for any significant change to the NDC, but this clarifies and confirms that. In relation to the honourable member's question about the operation of the review of the Consequential Amendments Act, I must say from my point of view, the government's point of view, it is mainly to consider what other government organisations can and should be impacted. Of course, if there's sensible suggestions that come forward as part of that review, we would consider them in good faith.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. blocked the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 56. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question is that the bills be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. If we're to prevent catastrophic climate change, we must keep global temperature rises as low as possible and not past dangerous tipping points. The Paris Agreement recognised this reality when it set temperature thresholds that must not be crossed. Article 2 of the Paris Agreement committed countries, including Australia, to, and I quote, holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees C, above the pre-industrial levels, and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels, recognising that this would significantly reduce the risks and impacts of climate change. It is these temperature goals that must inform Australia's climate targets and therefore any assessment by the Climate Change Authority of what Australia's future climate targets should be, including Australia's national determined contribution for 2035. In 2014, the Climate Change Authority produced its Progress and Targets Review, which, guided by temperature thresholds, assessed what Australia's fair share of emissions reduction should be to stay within those thresholds. The Liberals then stripped the Climate Change Authority of its requirement to advise on targets. We welcome the requirement that the Climate Change Authority once again advise on emissions targets, and it is critical that it now again adopt the same approach. This amendment will ensure that when the Climate Change Authority again provides such advice, as is required in this bill, it will follow the same approach as in 2014 and is explicitly guided by the Paris Agreement's temperature goals. The amendment does this by adding a new Section 3A to Clause 15 of the bill, stating that the advice given by the Climate Change Authority under subsection 1 of Clause 15 of the bill must include an explanation of how the greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets have taken into account the matters set out in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, including the global goals of A, holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees C, above pre-industrial levels, and B, pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels. The importance of the Climate Change Authority deriving Australia's target from the remaining carbon budget so as to meet the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement is reinforced by the inadequacy of the targets offered by governments in recent times. Climate scientists, using the same methodology as the Climate Change Authority, have determined that Australia's 2030 target to stay below 2 degrees would be 50% and below 1.5 degrees would be 74%. This amendment requires this methodology to be once more followed by the Climate Change Authority. In the course of negotiations by the Greens with the government on this bill, this amendment has been agreed to by the government, and I thank the government for their agreement to the amendment. I commend the amendment to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, as the honourable member has said, holding temperature rise to the level of well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius is, of course, the entire reason for the efforts that the world is taking. And I do agree, and the government does agree, that this should be reflected in the CCA advice. So this is a well-founded amendment, which, as the honourable member said, the government will support. Just for the benefit of honourable members, this is the last amendment, and under the debate management motion there will be no third reading speeches. So could I take this opportunity to thank the House for their patience, particularly thank honourable members who have contributed, particularly thank honourable members who pointed out this is a good day for our country, that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy, that renewable energy is the key to reducing emissions and seizing the jobs opportunity that is the climate emergency.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Block the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Ask the member to resume his seat. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 56. The question is now resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bills as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. ring the bells for 4 minutes. Block the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes. To the left, I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 55. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The bills as amended have been agreed to. Members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'm just going to give the call to the member for Kooyong. Order.
House, during the second reading amendment moved by the member for Melbourne today, I cast my vote for the noes. This was not my intention. I wish to inform the House I intended to vote with the ayes. I thank the House.
Thank the member for Kooyong. I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
So I share your pain, member for Kooyong. At least you've been here for about 14 days. I've been here for 14 years and I've made the same mistake. For the record, I inadvertently voted in a manner that I didn't intend to during an earlier division. I was engaged in a very lively discussion with the member for Lyons and,
Order.
and simply made a mistake. I fully support the Coalition's position on the climate change bills and consequential amendments. I humbly apologise to my leadership team and my colleagues for my mistake and misadventure. I congratulate the member for Lyons for his engaging and quite distracting conversation skills.
The member for Gippsland
it was a matter of tactical brilliance
point
by the member for Lyons.
Order. The question now is that the bills amended, that the bills now be read a third time. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes? I think the ayes have it. The bill is passed. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to set out Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets, to provide for annual climate change statements, to confer advisory functions on the Climate Change Authority and for related purposes, and a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Climate Change Act 2022 and for other purposes.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law, social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law, social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the second reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
Put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against noes? I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to by the Senate relating to a proposed Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. Copies of the message have been placed on the table for the information of honourable members. I do not propose to read its terms, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in this resolution. And give the call to the Minister.
Speaker, I move that the message be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. All of those with opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move that the House concur in the resolution of the Senate relating to the establishment of a Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia and that a message be sent to the Senate acquainting it of this resolution.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Ask leave of the House to present a report of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts in order to the 46th Parliament.
Is leave granted? I call the member for Braddon.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For the information of honourable members, I present the report of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts in order to the 46th Parliament, incorporating a dissenting report entitled Report 492, Governance in the Stewardship of Public Resources, Inquiry into Auditor-General's Report 11, 31 and 39, 2019-20 and 2 and 9, 2021. The report was presented out of session in the Senate after the prorogation of the previous parliament. I'll just make a brief statement in connection with the report. Do I need to seek leave for that, Deputy Speaker?
Yes. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The report touches on 5 different Auditor-General's reports. First, sorry, Attendant, I've made scribbles on it. I'll give it to you in a second. Digital continuity, policy implementation, management of Defence Housing Australia, CSIRO's property investment strategy implementation, procurement of strategic water entitlements, and the much talked about Leppington Triangle purchase. I won't detain the House or bore the House by commenting on all aspects of the report, but I do just want to make a couple of brief remarks on the Leppington Triangle matter, which was a subject of enormous public and parliamentary attention. It was, of course, where the former government, in their wisdom and brilliance, paid over $30 million for a piece of land that the Auditor-General found was worth $3 million. And indeed, it tied up a lot of the previous Audit Committee's work dealing with rorts, waste and incompetence, be it in grant programs, procurements or, in this case, purchase of a land. The little less talked about fact, though, is not just the actual cash that was paid, the taxpayer money that was paid for a piece of land at 10 times its value, but also what we could well term the sort of "and we'll throw in free steak knives in the kitchen sink" to incentivise an unwilling seller. So a package of incentives. You'd love to deal with the Commonwealth if you were selling them land under these circumstances. They saw us coming from a distance, but under the former minister and the former government, the department threw in a lease, generous infrastructure provisions, a tunnel which was uncosted under an airport access road, changes to the master plan, which in the coming decades, when they want to build another airport runway there, you can guess who's going to be on the hook to move the infrastructure. It's going to be the poor old taxpayer, as well as other sort of works. So it wasn't just, and I record that important fact, it wasn't just the outrageous overpayment for the land, it was the whole package of incentives that sat around this to incentivise an unwilling seller. In the Auditor-General's words, the purchase, quote, fell short of ethical standards. And in my 6 years on the Audit Committee, the words ethics are used so rarely in the Auditor-General's reports. I think we're going to see it used a little bit more in the ones coming through the pipeline, just a prophetic projection. It also agreed that the department did not undertake all reasonable steps to determine what a suitable cost would be for the government to acquire the property, to demonstrate that the price paid for the property represented an efficient, effective, economical and ethical use of public funds. The committee found that it was just not appropriate. In terms of the recommendation, I just make this point and want to put it on the record for the parliament, and as someone in a former life who, under governments of both political persuasions, actually did use compulsory acquisition powers as a public servant, the committee's view is, and this was a bipartisan recommendation, was that pending any systemic changes, there should be a clear default presumption that compulsory acquisition powers shall be used for land acquisition. That the starting point for any agency, be it infrastructure or other departments, that want to go out and purchase land in these circumstances should use the compulsory acquisition powers, not get sucked into this incentivising an unwilling seller and end up paying vastly more than we should with taxpayers' money, and that off-market voluntary acquisitions should only be used when carefully justified and thoroughly documented, in which case compulsory acquisition methodology should be used as a benchmark to help ensure that a situation like the Leppington Triangle purchase does not happen again. I think that's a really important point to note. If the compulsory acquisition powers had been used, it was a mystery. The Auditor-General could never find why the initial decision to use the compulsory acquisition powers was diverted from, but if compulsory acquisition powers had been used, we would not have had this situation. So I commend the report to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Bruce, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, social services and other legislation amendment, lifting the income limit for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it should come as no surprise to the House that we will be supporting this bill, and we'll be supporting this bill because it delivers on an election commitment from the former coalition government to increase the limits for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. This is good policy, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this is coalition policy, because we understand that every single dollar, especially for those Australians who are no longer working in their retirement, is very important. Now, Mr Speaker, on the 2nd of May, the coalition announced that if re-elected, we'd increase the singles income test threshold from $57,761 to $90,000 to give more seniors access to the concession card, and the couples threshold that we'd raise from $92,416 to $144,000. Labor quickly adopted this coalition policy and is pretty shamelessly trying to rebrand it as their own policy here today. They won't be the first government to have done that, but they are very shamelessly doing that, with one important problem, Mr Deputy Speaker. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the first few weeks of this government, one of the hallmarks has been broken promises, and today with this bill we see another broken promise. Labor, in their media release that they released very shortly after we made this announcement, said the following: Labor will widen eligibility for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card in line with the government, then being the coalition government, the government's announcement today. We're not interested in playing politics when we see a good idea. And this is the great moment of irony, Mr Deputy Speaker. Unlike the Morrison government, we can be trusted to deliver on our announcements for older Australians and pensioners. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, you have there an unequivocal adoption of the coalition policy by the Labor Party, with one problem for the government. The announcement from the coalition was that this measure would take effect from the 1st of July this year, from the first day of this financial year. This bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, states that the measure will take effect from the 20th of September this year, so more than 3 months later than was promised. Now, you see a succession of broken promises now from a very, very brief period of time in government. We've seen those opposite not willing to repeat their commitment to reduce power prices by $275. Though the number 275 cannot be spoken by those opposite. And so when you add all of that up, and here we have another bill that in a small but significant way breaches another pre-election commitment, it is very disappointing. So nevertheless, we will support the bill, because even though it's late, even though it's later than they promised in the middle of the campaign, our view is better late than never, and we'll never obviously say no to good coalition policy being adopted by the government. Importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, these changes, late though they are, will give an extra 50,000 older Australians access to more affordable health care and medications to help ease their costs of living. At the Commonwealth level, all card holders are eligible for cheaper medicines and health care, and they also may also be eligible for state, territory and local government savings that are often used, including for discounted rate, electricity and gas bills, ambulance, dental, eye care, recreation and public transport. This coalition commitment is the first change outside of indexation to the income threshold of the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card in over 20 years. Currently, more than 436,000 Australians aged over 67 who are not already receiving a pension or benefit have a seniors health care card, and as I stated earlier, with the additional 50,000 that will now become available, this will mean that more than 486,000 people will become eligible, or an 11% increase. In our view, in my view, in the Coalition's view, senior Australians have worked hard and made our country what it is today deserve our country to recognise that effort, to recognise that we are standing on their shoulders, and this is a small but important way that we can demonstrate that in a tangible way. So the Coalition, as I stated at the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, will be supporting this bill, obviously, supporting good coalition policy and good on the Labor Party for taking it on and for adopting coalition policy. But they really need to be held accountable for making sloppy promises in the election that they really have no intention of keeping. And they adopted our policy, holus bolus, in the campaign that said that this would commence on the 1st of July. Now, they wanted to spend a lot of time before they reconvened the parliament, which has led this now to not being available till the 20th of September. So another broken promise from this government. But as I said, it's better late than never, and of course we will be supporting good coalition policy. Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Deakin. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this legislation, very important legislation, as the Shadow Minister indicated. It has the support of the opposition, and it's a realisation of a commitment that the Albanese Labor government made in relation to providing support for seniors in this country. Clearly, it's a very significant matter. As we know, there's been sufficient efforts to provide support for people. Cost of living pressures are such that we need to do what we can to alleviate those pressures. We have inherited, of course, probably one of the largest public debts any government in this country has inherited, well over now $1 trillion of debt that was accumulated by the previous government, debt that was accumulated, most of which was accumulated prior to the pandemic. So whilst, of course, we supported measures by the previous government in responding to the pandemic to support the economy, to support business and workers and the like, unfortunately, I think in some part they failed. There were expenditure on rorts and other things that needs to be cleaned up by this government. But we want to make sure Speaker, that seniors in this country are given support, and that's why we're looking to ensure that this legislation is passed. This will lift the income limit for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. I disagree, of course, with that of the Minister. You're on this? Okay. Well, I'm happy to accede to my colleague, who's obviously speaking just to ensure the flow of the House. Obviously, waiting for the next coming speaker. I'm not sure if there's another speaker on the other side, but if my colleague is willing to finish off, I'll just say this though: this is an important legislation. We're glad that the opposition supports it. It will provide relief and support for seniors in this country.
I thank the honourable minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the first sitting fortnight of Parliament, the Albanese Labor government has taken real action on issues that affect everyday Australians. And this particular bill will lift income limits for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card, seeing more self-funded retirees become eligible. So it is an action and implementation through this bill, this legislation, that would ease the increasing cost of living pressures that so many senior Australians face. Something I'm committed to, obviously, in my electorate of Wills, and I know all my colleagues are on this side. In particular, this will ease the cost of concessional medicines and medical services, the importance of which we are all conscious of, but even more so during the pandemic which we've experienced. For singles, this will mean an increase in the income limit of up to $90,000, up from $57,761, and $144,000 for couples, combined up from 92,416. This will expand access for more than 44,000 people from September this year, increasing to more than 52,000 people in the year 2026-2027. I commend the Minister for Social Services for introducing the legislation in the first sitting fortnight, showing that the Albanese Labor government understands the real cost of living pressures for Australians. Deputy Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to speak more broadly to the economic concerns of retirees and senior Australians in my electorate of Wills. As an urban electorate in the heart of Melbourne's northern suburbs, Wills has seen a lot of change over the decades. More and more families, students, young professionals and emerging migrant groups have moved to the area and created the wonderfully diverse community I'm fortunate to represent. This has coincided with a significant increase in house prices and associated costs like council rates and land taxes. Whilst homeowners accept there are costs associated with home ownership, senior Australians are undoubtedly feeling the pinch as costs continue to rise. Whilst many of these senior Australians may have assets likely bought decades ago at much less their current value, they are often income poor. It's a common problem. Asset wealthy, asset rich, income poor. Nowhere is this more obvious than in the southern half of my own electorate in Brunswick and Coburg in particular. Decades ago, back when former Prime Minister Bob Hawke represented the seat of Wills, I have illustrious predecessors, they were not the highly sought-after suburbs now known for their cultural and economic opportunities. They were much more working class, and a much lower socio-economic demographic was represented in those suburbs. They were working-class suburbs, effectively. And they still are to a certain extent, but much more so 20, 30, 40 years ago. Home to working families and new migrants that worked exceptionally hard to give their country, give something back to their country and have a good life for themselves and their children and set themselves up. So, like any Australian, they dreamt of owning their own home, and many of them at the time were fortunate enough to do so after decades of hard work. But today, they face a situation where their home value has increased, but their income has not. In fact, it has very likely declined in retirement. Now, I know what many people, particularly younger Australians and those unable to buy their own home, may think. So what? And that might be a fair response, as the prospect of home ownership remains so far out of reach and they are often met with ridicule. With suggestions like, give up the avocado toast or don't eat the kale for breakfast, just get a loan from your parents, and we've heard that from the previous government ministers, often coming from those on the other side of this House. In my job as the member for Wills, I represent an electorate home to both a lot of young and older Australians. And I don't think their interests should always be framed as competing interests. I think that's false. It's a false dichotomy. It shouldn't be the case that we expect older Australians to be so pressured by the cost of living that their only choice is poverty or selling their family home. For many, the first and only home they've ever known, the home they raised their family, the home that they've celebrated milestones in, the home that they have cherished memories of. They are not big developers or property magnates. They are everyday people facing the prospect of being forced out of their home. That is what is happening by stealth in many communities across the country, as a lot of inner-city councils continue to increase rates and fees. Now, this is something I've raised on numerous occasions on behalf of my community, including with representations to local council and the state government as well. At the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, these people are not asking for a free pass, but rather for common sense and compassion that considers decades of context rather than just the challenges of the day. And at the same time, I know when I speak to senior Australians, they are often worried about the unfairness facing young people, whether it be the staggering cost of home ownership, the insecure nature of the workforce, or the threat of climate change. These are such important issues, ones that the Albanese government has taken action on in this first sitting weeks of our government, including with the passage today of the first genuine plan in a decade to tackle climate change. And these are issues that senior Australians are talking about all the time, because it is an electorate which is compassionate, regardless of your age group, and an electorate where people do look out for one another. And when we make decisions in this place, and indeed at all levels of government, we need not pit groups of Australians against each other, as if they have competing interests. The choice is not allowing senior Australians to stay in their family home or supporting home ownership for young people. That's false. It's a false choice. The choice is taking real action to make both a reality, to ease the cost of living and other challenges facing Australians from all walks of life and backgrounds. And as the Prime Minister has said, government should be about bringing people together. Less conflict, more about getting things done. This is what we're doing here today by expanding access to the Commonwealth Senior Health Card. And it is what we'll continue to do in this government, with massive investments in education, housing, renewable energy, jobs, aged care, health and childcare. So for the seniors in particular, we will freeze deeming rates at their current levels for 2 years, protecting around 900,000 aged pensioners and other pension recipients from interest rate rises, making sure pensioners can keep more of their money in their pockets, make medicine cheaper, cutting the cost of medication on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme from the current maximum of $42.50 to $30, delivering more affordable housing so older Australians who don't own their own home won't find all their pension eaten up by rising rents, deliver 50 bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics, and we will also put the care back into aged care by ensuring registered nurses are on site 24/7. It's about improving standards of care, nutrition and ensuring better oversight of aged care funding. These are just some of the measures, Deputy Speaker, that an Albanese Labor government will take to ease the cost of living and improve the quality of life for older Australians. Because older Australians deserve respect in their senior years. They deserve a government that will be on their side when it comes to easing the cost of living, access to quality health and aged care services, and a government that will recognise their decades of contribution to our society, to our country, by looking after them, by meeting the obligation that we have as a government to make sure that we fulfil our commitment to them in the same way they have committed to this nation. It's not just what we should expect in an egalitarian country like Australia. It is what we should champion as creators and passers of public policy and legislation. I know this is a priority for the Albanese Labor government. We see that today with this bill and the other legislation debated this past fortnight. And I, for my part, Deputy Speaker, will continue to advocate for real action that makes a positive difference for my community as we deliver a better future for all Australians, young and old.
The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this bill, lifting the income limit for Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare cards. This March, the age pension was increased by 2.1%, by $20.10 to $987 a fortnight for singles and by $30.20 a fortnight for couples, taking it up to $1,448.80. While touted by the former government as the largest increase since 2013, the 2.1% indexation lagged behind the Consumer Price Index trimmed mean annual inflation, which excludes large prices and falls, which increased to 2.6% in December 2021. This was the highest it has risen since 2014, according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and this means that the cost of living increases are hitting aged pensioners' budgets especially hard. The constituents in Mayo, the oldest federal electorate by median age in South Australia and in the top 10 nationally, often my older people in my community often share their concerns with me regarding the rising costs of rents, household expenses, council rates, power, petrol and services. The cost of health services and products are also top of the list of my constituents' concerns, whether it be the rising cost of out-of-pocket expenses for procedures, prescriptions and the diminishing number of bulk billing doctors. In Victor Harbour, where residents, the average age is just over 60, there's not been a general practice which uniformly bulk bills pension and concession card holders for many, many years. and while costs continue to climb, this bill represents one practical way in which we can help ease the financial pressures for older Australians receiving the age pension. This bill will helpfully increase the yearly seniors' healthcare card adjusted taxable income limits, including deemed income, and that's going to go from $57,761 to $90,000 for a single person, and from $92,416 to $144,000 for a couple. And this benefit will help 50,000 self-funded retirees who will now become eligible for the Seniors Healthcare Card. And I've got to say, we don't talk enough about the challenges faced by self-funded retirees. And so now they will be able to access concessional co-payments for the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, for medicines, concessional thresholds for the PBS safety nets, at the doctor's discretion, possibly even being bulk billed when they go see their doctor. Co-payments for senior healthcare card holders for PBS-listed medicines will reduce to $6.80 maximum, down from $42.50 for PBS-listed medicines. And they'll also be provided with access to other linked concessions from state and territory governments and private organisations. So this is incredibly welcome. Mr Speaker, this is one of many initiatives that are required to ease the financial distress experienced by many older Australians, and there is much that we can do in this place. For example, earlier this week I moved a motion saying, well, let's let pensioners work without penalty. We know there's a huge workforce shortage in our nation, and this could really be a game changer for both employers and also for older Australians. And National Seniors found that 1 in 5 of the people that they surveyed, the pensioners they surveyed, said they'd be really keen to work again. They don't want to deal with Centrelink and that low threshold, where effectively they're earning $37 a day, and then they have to interact with Centrelink or lose 50 cents in every dollar earned of their pension. There are many seniors struggling in our community, some self-funded retirees and some on the pension, and it's our job in here to do the very best for our older Australians. And one other issue, and I hope that the minister, it's a related issue, I hope the minister perhaps considers this, is right now, when you're applying for the pension, now you could be in a $5 million home somewhere in metropolitan Melbourne or Sydney, and if that is your only asset, you are eligible for the pension. However, if you are a senior Australian from rural or regional Australia and you're on 20 acres, you're perhaps on 40 acres, with your house, there are a whole lot of rules around whether you can get the pension. And effectively, for any blocks over 2 hectares in size, unless you fit some criteria, the rest of that property is included in part of your assets. And I don't know if too many people in here have had a small property, a farm or a farmlet. You can't make a lot of income on those remaining 15 hectares if you're on a 20-hectare property. So I would urge the government to look at the 2-hectare rule and lift it to 10 hectares. It just makes good sense. Because how can we have that inequity where we have people in rural Australia where the home that they live in is perhaps worth a lot less money than those who are living in inner metropolitan regions of Australia, inner metropolitan cities, and yet one qualifies for the pension automatically because that's their only asset and the other one doesn't. So I would really urge the government, I think this is, I don't know where this rule came from, but really 2 hectares is incredibly small, particularly as a lot of people in their 50s are moving to a tree change. Perhaps they're on 20 hectares and then they get to retirement age and they don't meet the criteria. And so the rest of that property beyond the 2 hectares is considered the ability to make an income from, and therefore they miss out on the pension for that rule. So I would really urge the government to have a very close look at that, and I will be writing the minister accordingly. Going back to this bill, Mr Speaker, this bill goes a long way to assist our older Australians, and therefore I commend this bill to the House.
The Assistant Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I also rise today to speak on the Social Services and other legislation amendment lifting the income limit for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card Bill 2022. And of course, this bill increases the income limit for eligibility for the health card. It really is an overdue measure, and it will benefit so many seniors right across the country. And as we all know, after a decade of mismanagement and neglect under the former Liberal Nationals government, the cost of living in this country is soaring, and the cost of health care has soared as well. In particular, former government put primary care in crisis, with the average out-of-pocket costs for GP visits increasing by 60% over the past decade. And of course, Deputy Speaker, this is impacting our older Australians severely. And remember, our seniors built this country. They paid their taxes, raised their families, and they must be treated with dignity and respect. And they have that with an Albanese Labor government. And it's an Albanese Labor government who will increase the income limits for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. And this will see more in the pockets of our seniors, because we want to help ease the costs that they are currently facing. And of course, our government went to the election with a plan for a better future for Australians, and we are delivering on that. And Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card serves those who have reached age pension or veteran pension age but don't receive any social security benefits or payments due to their income or assets. And the card provides eligible seniors with a number of beneficial health concessions, including concessional co-payments for pharmaceutical benefit scheme medicines, lowered PBS safety net and extended Medicare safety net, some bulk bill visits to the GP at the GP's discretion, of course, and in some instances other concessions, including public transport, utilities and council rates as well, so a range of benefits. And this will assist seniors, because with the Seniors Healthcare Card, the health card, medicines under the PBS are cheaper. In fact, medicines that may have cost $42.50 under the PBS will then not exceed $6.80. And the Seniors Health Card also provides access to the lowered PBS safety net. And from July this year, this threshold was lowered to $244.80, allowing cardholders to receive their PBS medicines for free upon reaching the lowered threshold. And of course, accessing these benefits really translates into savings for our seniors, particularly for those medicines that they may access more regularly, such as blood pressure and cholesterol medications. In addition, cardholders will gain access to the extended Medicare safety net, and that means once the threshold is met, Medicare rebate 80% of out-of-pocket expenses for the remainder of the calendar year. So that really is a fantastic move. And of course, as I said, the Seniors Health Card can also provide bulk bill visits to the GP if their GP extends that eligibility to cardholders. And what's also great about this card, in some states and territories there are variations, but cardholders may receive discounts on their property and water rates, electricity and gas bills, ambulance costs and public transport, just to name a few, and that makes a huge difference to those day-to-day costs. So in terms of this bill, it increases the income limit for a single person from $57,761 to $90,000 a year, and importantly may apply to a person who is a member of an illness-separated couple or a member of a respite care couple as well. For a couple, this bill increases the income limit from $92,416 combined to $144,000 combined. Now, these changes, Deputy Speaker, will allow approximately 52,000 self-funded retirees and seniors to become newly eligible for the card. And the new income limits will also apply to both current and future card holders and claimants as well. Now, Deputy Speaker, this bill is a very welcome cost of living relief for our older Australians. I know in my electorate and throughout the country, this has been an issue that many have raised for so many years. Well, the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our commitment. This will make a big difference to many seniors, because we're committed to restoring affordable and accessible health care for all Australians. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card has been in place since 1994 as a means of providing access to health concessions for self-funded retirees. And increasing these income limits is a very important move that will affect the lives of many self-funded retirees as they deal with the costs of health care and those costs of living. And by increasing these income limits, our government is taking practical steps to really ease those cost of living pressures. I know how much it will help people across the country and also indeed in my electorate of Richmond. And Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The member for Casey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill because this bill delivers on an election commitment of the former coalition government to increase the income limits for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. And this is important to the electorate of Casey because we have 2,812 people on the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card, 15,729 on the age pension and around 24,000 people aged over 65. On the 2nd of May, the Coalition announced their policy to increase the singles income test threshold from $57,000 to $90,000 to give more senior Australians access to the concession card. The couples threshold would also increase from $92,000 to $144,000, and I heard from many of my constituents during the campaign on the need for more support for aged and seniors, so I'm so glad that this policy has come through. And I do note that Labor quickly adopted this coalition policy during the election, and they're now obviously trying to claim it as their own, but it's great that this has been delivered for senior Australians. The measure also gives an extra 50,000 older Australians access to more affordable health care and medications to help ease cost of living pressures. The cards are available to Australian residents over age pension age who are not already receiving a pension and have an adjustable taxable income under the threshold. We will, of course, be supporting this bill, as I said, because this was a coalition initiative, although it's disappointing to note that Labor have decided to push the start date out to the 20th of September instead of when it was originally announced for July. And as we know, many Australians, particularly our older Australians, are struggling with rising inflation and need support straight away. It's another example of the current government not having a plan to help Australians today or this week, but pushing initiatives off to September like a jobs summit that doesn't help anyone today. This initiative should have been put in July to support Australians, but I'm glad it is coming in better late than never. Currently, more than 436,000 Australians aged over 67 years who are not already receiving a pension or benefit will have the Seniors Health Card. So senior Australians have worked hard to make Australia all it is today, and it is important that the country takes care of them in return. This is a good policy, and I can only hope Labor adopts more of the Coalition's policies to ease the cost of living pressures on seniors and indeed all Australians. It's another example of why this government needs an economic plan to deal with the challenges coming our way. There's increasing pressure with inflation, increasing pressure with rising interest rates. So we need a plan to deal with these pressures today.
The member for Lyons.
Deputy Speaker, well, my comments will be brief. I know there are other speakers keen to speak on this. Labor was very clear during the election. If you vote for us, no broken promises. We won't waste a minute in government, and that's what we're doing. We're getting on with the job. They had 9 years to do this, and they didn't get around to doing it. We will get around to the job of fixing the failures of the previous government. At the election, Labor committed to increasing the income limits for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. This will replace the annual indexation, which would otherwise occur from 20 September. Deputy Speaker, it's no surprise cost of living is the red-hot button issue in the community, and this will help with cost of living pressures for older Australians, including in my electorate. Deputy Speaker, this bill increases the annual income limits for Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare card holders from $57,761 to $90,000 for singles, and from $92,416 to $144,000 for couples. So that's a substantial increase of eligibility, and it will assist, I think, an extra 44,000 newly eligible CSHC holders. So we're very pleased to have brought this forward to the parliament. We're very pleased that we're in government and able to get this done. It wasn't done by the previous government. It is being done by the Albanese Labor government. We are going to be helping 44,000 older Australians become eligible for the benefits of the Commonwealth Seniors Holders Card, and we're very pleased to get this done. I commend the bill to the House.
The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise, of course, to support the Coalition Government's election commitment to increase the income thresholds for eligibility to the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card. And it was a great day in the campaign when we announced this, and not that big a surprise when the Labor Party dramatically and rapidly said, "Oh, well, we'll do that as well." And this, of course, it changes the eligibility income thresholds to $90,000 adjusted taxable income and, for singles, and $144,000 for couples. So it's a dramatic increase in eligibility, and I think around 50,000 or nearly 50,000 people is estimated will now be eligible for the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card. And these people are the great economic heroes of our country, self-funded retirees who have been in a position to finance largely their own retirement, and they take an enormous burden off the taxpayer, of course, by way of funding their retirement rather than needing to draw on the appropriate supports that are in place for senior Australians who are eligible. But the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card is an important indication. It's a practical support. It's one that they deserve, but it also indicates to them that we do value the fact that they've provisioned for their retirement, and that they do, despite having provisioned for their retirement, deserve some support from the government. The last few years have been have been challenging for all, but particularly for self-funded retirees, given the economic turmoil and headwinds around the pandemic. And certainly I have a very significant cohort of self-funded retirees in my electorate of Sturt, and a lot of them were very apprehensive about their financial circumstance. Obviously, there were dramatic issues happening in markets with their investments that they rely on to provide for their retirement out of their own savings. And this is an excellent way of making sure they understand how much we value them, and that they should be entitled to support like you can receive through the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card, obviously around pharmaceutical and medical benefits. It's worth noting, of course, that the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card is also used by state governments and others to provide concessions, etc., to seniors. I know that's not the case in South Australia, and I'm sure it is in most, if not all, other jurisdictions. So being eligible for the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card not only gives you access to these medical and pharmaceutical entitlements through the Commonwealth, but of course there are other concessions that can be accessed through state and territory governments and local governments, so it's very important. It's disappointing that Labor have broken their promise to introduce this by the 1st of July. That, I'm sure, is particularly due to the delay in the parliament sitting, which was ridiculous. I apologise to all the self-funded retirees who have missed out on a fair access to this card from the 1st of July, but I'm pleased that this bill hopefully will rapidly move through this House and the Senate. We can adopt it and we can give that entitlement to all of them. I commend the bill to the House.
The member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Increasing access by raising the income threshold for eligibility to receive this card will be a great benefit to many of the seniors living in the beautiful Lyne electorate. As you know, around this building I've advocated for many changes to how senior Australians can contribute in their retirement to the community, but giving them some of the financial benefits that come with access to this will be a great bonus. I have probably the most number of age pensioners and seniors in the country in my electorate. I'm battled by the member for Hinkler for that honour and the member for Cowper, but we have over 30,000 seniors receiving financial assistance. But if you're not on a pension but you're a senior and you've got fixed income, this card will be a great benefit to you. Raising the threshold for a single seniors person from $57,761 to $90,000 is really quite a significant change, and for couples going up from $92,416 between two people in a couple arrangement to $144,000 will benefit up to 44,000 new Australians who can access the card. This is such a good idea. It was actually our policy in the last election, and so I'm open to supporting anything that is sensible and reasonable that comes from the other side. We've also called for many other things for pensioners, but not related to this bill. But I support this bill and hope that the members in my electorate enjoy its rapid appearance through the due process once it gets up to the Senate. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to appreciate all the comments made by all sides of the chamber on this important bill. It is a timely bill. It's an important bill because it does expand, of course, those Commonwealth Senior Card recipients, those that can access it from the 20th of September 2022. I did want to just put on the record there's some concerns around the start date. Of course, this bill does require legislation. It does require legislation, and that is why this side of the House and I have moved as quickly as we can in the first parliamentary sitting so that we can provide this relief to self-funded retirees as quickly as possible. And on that note, and to get this through in a timely manner, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Clerk. Sorry. Third reading. Is leave granted for third reading? Leave is granted.
I move that this bill be now read a third time. I'll try to say that quickly, slowly.
I'll now put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate is finished. Are there any statements by honourable members? The member for Herbert.
2,728 long days. That's how many days the community of Townsville have endured a complete lack of action on youth crime since the election of the Palaszczuk State Labor government. 2,728 long nights of people lying awake in their beds, worried if that sound is someone trying to break into their house, steal their car keys and drive off with their car. Thousands of days of catch and release program enabled by a revolving door of the youth justice system. Deputy Speaker, my community can't deal with this any longer. The 3 state Labor representatives don't answer emails, don't respond to social media, they don't face the media unless they're cutting a ribbon or turning the first sod. Last week we had 7 stolen cars set alight, completely destroyed by fire at the hand of young criminals. Last month a teenage boy faced court on 15 charges, including being involved in ramming a car with passengers inside and torching a stolen car. Not only that, this teenager also attempted to carjack a woman at a local park. Was he sent to jail? No. Did he have a conviction recorded? No. The judges say they're working within their limits. But what does Labor want to do with the high crime rate that we see in Townsville? They want to raise the age of criminal responsibility. They've said it here at the federal level and they've said it at the Queensland state level. That will mean that more children like this will be committing crimes, terrorising our residents. The people of Townsville deserve better.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. Sorry. I beg your pardon. I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The recent ACCC report that Australia's east coast faces a looming gas shortage, at a time that Australia is reportedly the world's largest gas exporter and global gas prices are at record high levels, has Australians confused, anxious and angry. It seems that the gas shortage lies in what one media story refers to as market exploitation by Australia's East Coast gas cartel, made up of 5 multinational entities that control 85% of the gas. 3 of those entities, in which the major stakeholders are ConocoPhillips, Origin, Sinopec, Shell, Santos, Petronas and Total, control over 2/3 of Australia's East Coast gas. Of those companies, between 2015 and 2020, the last period for which figures are available, 5 paid zero tax and 1 paid minuscule tax in what would be a multi-billion-dollar business sector. The distribution of the gas is dominated by the APA Group. There is no justification as to why Australians should face a gas shortage or pay exorbitant prices for an Australian resource. I call on those companies to do the right thing, show some corporate responsibility and ensure that the Australian people can buy Australian gas at affordable prices.
Thank you. Yes, give you the call, Assistant Minister. Shadow Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The single biggest issue that locals in my electorate raise with me is traffic congestion. And we've had a reprieve during the lockdown years, but now it's almost as bad as ever. And I made local infrastructure my top priority locally over the last few years, and together we've achieved a lot. The Henderson Road Bridge, the Lewis Road traffic lights, Blackwood Park Road Bridge, the widening of the Monash, to name a few that have now been delivered. But there are many others that I secured funding for that are still waiting to be built by the state Labor government. This includes $130 million for the Dorset Road extension and the Napoleon Road duplication, $475 million for a public transport connection to Rowville, and $35 million for more car parking at Boronia and Ferntree Gully stations. And so, Deputy Speaker, today I call on the Albanese government to work with his Labor colleagues in Victoria and get these projects done. The money for these projects is there. It's locked in the federal budget. And my message is, don't delay these projects any longer. People in the Outer East deserve good infrastructure, as much as they do in the western suburbs, but we've not been getting the same priority from Labor. And it's time to stop playing games, stop patching potholes and start building the infrastructure that is planned, that is budgeted and that is desperately needed.
Thank the member for Aston. Apologies. And give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the legend of Archie Roach, songman and truth-teller. He knew sadness and pain. He knew what it meant to have childhood trauma infect your whole life. He had his own personal demons and went through many bad times before he, with the help of his beloved Ruby, learnt to deal with them. But incredibly, he used personal suffering to create heartbreakingly beautiful songs and stories that pierced the heart of the nation. Took the children away, of course, will remain embedded in our national psyche as an expression of an experience which only some families, including my own, actually experienced, but which, through Archie's words and music, were made intelligible to other Australians. This was done in a way which compelled empathy and which I am convinced was a vital stepping stone along the path to the apology which can only be delivered by a Labor government and was delivered by Prime Minister Rudd in 2008. Took the children away played loudly at the start of the Bringing Them Home conference, attended by hundreds of Northern Territory stolen generation survivors, including my father, in 1994, which paved the way for the test case which followed. Archie's songbook extended to other themes and stories, and many of us will talk about it soon.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Kooyong voted for integrity of every sort in every circumstance. That's the promise I made to them, and it's the promise I commit to keep. I believe that if you care about integrity, you care about it all of the time. You can't pick and choose when it matters to you. You can't call for transparency for your opponents and then dismiss it for yourself. And it is in that context that I want to put on record my concerns about the Labor government's proposed changes to superannuation regulations, which will make it harder, virtually impossible, to know how super funds are spending members' money. Sure, there's broad categories of total spending, but transparency over about who this money is actually going to will be lost. It's been reported that super funds have paid $85 million to political parties in the last few years. That is an extraordinary amount of money. And with the power to decide election results, we need more transparency over it. Labor is promising less. Voters sent a message to all of us in May. They asked for sunlight in politics, for transparency. This makes money darker. This takes us backwards. This is not promoting integrity. It is the opposite.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to offer my sincere condolences on the passing of a community icon within my home electorate of Pearce, Mr Edmund Dowling, affectionately known as Ted, a true gentleman who lived a full and energetic life and who brought endless amounts of joy and happiness to those around him. Ted's passion for culture and the arts was contagious. He introduced theatre and Blessing of the Fleet events to his beloved hometown of Two Rocks in Western Australia. Ted was a tremendous supporter of our youth and encouraged them to be involved in theatre and the arts. Role models like Ted with such enthusiasm and vision is so important in help to shape their future. Many members of our community and visitors to the area would have the opportunity to experience one of Ted's productions and will be able to attest to the culture and joy that he spread. Ted was a local force behind Punkarella Pantomime, Fantasy and Folklore at 50 Fathoms, Fantastic Toy Shop, Peter Pan, Castles and Cobwebs, The Hobbits, the musical Oliver and many more. Ted's family and friends describe him as a chorister, soldier, playwright and a good mate. I can say with the utmost confidence that Ted will be missed right across our community and beyond, but his legacy and the work that he influenced will continue to inspire generations of the future. Thank you, Ted Dowling. May you rest in peace.
Thank you. I'm giving the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week is Homelessness Week and we have a massive housing crisis. In fact, this is one of the worst housing crises in our nation's history. I'm sure there are members across this place who are seeing tents appear in sections of their electorate, residents reaching out and facing eviction, the rental crisis reaching social layers that we've not seen before in a long time. And we know that the product of this housing crisis is a political and economic system that puts the profits of banks, property developers and property investors ahead of ordinary people. The big banks just recorded $14 billion worth of profit, and that is profit made out of the misery and dispossession and evictions and the housing stress of millions of Australians. What's deeply frustrating is that the Labor government is backing the Stage 3 tax cuts, which will cost $224 billion over the next 10 years, but only committing $10 billion to build social and affordable housing. And I think those are completely broken priorities. We know every year the social housing wait list increases by 7,600 homes a year, and 4,000 homes a year is not nearly enough to end that wait list. These are people's lives that we're talking about. And I'll take those interjections because if you had as much passion for people on social housing and affordable housing as you do about me talking about it, then maybe we'd fix the problem, wouldn't we? The Greens have a solution, though, and it's building 1 million public and affordable homes. And I'm proud to continue to fight for that and take the interjections from members in this place who'd rather make the Stage 3 tax cuts.
Might like to come to order. I give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Once again, we've seen the big banks treat regional communities with absolute contempt. The Commonwealth Bank is closing their branch in Woodend, plus the ATM, but what they did is not have the decency to actually talk to the community and find out what our needs are. Older people, small businesses that need to get change and access that and pay bills, can't do this in regional communities because of what's been happening in the banking sector. Now, the Commonwealth Bank made $8 billion profit last year. You'd think if you could do that, you could keep some bank branches open in communities where there is no public transport and you're expecting disabled people, elderly people and businesses to travel 20–30 kilometres to get to the nearest branch. It's absolutely appalling that they've done this with no consultation and no input from anyone in the community. Now, of course, the bank comes out and says, oh, it's okay, you can go to the post office and do all your bill paying there. Well, already our postal staff are under stress because of the workload that they're getting. You know, I mean, the previous government tried to put Centrelink in there as well to make even their job even harder. But the fact of the matter is not everyone is capable to use electronic banking, and the idea to say that the bank says, well, we've had a decrease in foot traffic over the last 2 years. Well, yeah, you have. Pandemics has caused that. Lockdowns have caused that. There is no reason to shut this branch. There is no reason that the Commonwealth Bank can't pause this closure, speak to the community and come to a suitable arrangement that suits everyone. So I've called on the Commonwealth Bank to pause this immediately and reverse these decisions to cut branches in regional towns.
Yeah, and I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Ford.
Sorry. Let me try the member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have the privilege of sharing representation of the Northern Gold Coast with the member for Fadden. And during the election campaign, the member for Fadden and I made a couple of very significant announcements for the Northern Gold Coast, which is one of the fastest growing areas in Australia. And I want to thank the member for Fadden for the work we've already managed to do for Exit 41, 45 and 49 upgrades are critically important. But in addition, we announced $55 million to upgrade Exit 38 at Yatala, a 50% funding component of a $110 million project. This project is critical to the safety of people getting into and out of the Yatala Enterprise area, which is one of the largest employment zones on the Northern Gold Coast, if not in south-east Queensland. And at times you can have the traffic back up onto the M1, 110 km/h road, for over a kilometre. And it is a dangerous— Sorry, I haven't got the time up, Madam Deputy.
I apologise. We're trying to get fixed.
But the other important project is a $5 million investment in a new PCYC in conjunction with the local council and state government. The member for Fadden and I have written to the Prime Minister for support of these projects, and we look forward in anticipation to his reply.
Thank you. Sorry about the clocks there. I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to acknowledge and celebrate with the thousands of people I met while campaigning in Hasluck, who took the time to express just how important climate action is to them as it is to me. These constituents, alongside community groups like the Perth Hills Climate Action Group and the Nature Reserves Preservation Group, are actively raising awareness of the need to act, as we've done in this place over this past fortnight. I'm so glad our communities now have a Minister for Climate Change and Energy and a federal government that cares about climate change, listens to scientific advice and acts as we have done today by passing the Climate Change Bill. Where I live in Hasluck, we have experienced a 15% decrease in average annual rainfall. This is our water catchment, and the decline poses significant threats to our food bowl, natural habitats and biodiversity. The sixth assessment report of the IPCC notes that human-induced climate change is causing increased drought-related tree mortality. This is the reality we now face. Local action is important. All community groups ask for is leadership at a national level that supports their local efforts. It's Djilba in Noongar country, the season of new life, a time of change. Hasluck voted for change. The government is delivering.
Thank you. I'll give the call to the member for Bonner.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to highlight the incredible mental health initiative You Are Not Alone. Established at the end of last year, You Are Not Alone was born out of the passion and determination of Bonner constituent and Year 12 Villanova College student Tom Price. Tom, along with a group of his fellow classmates, felt more needed to be done surrounding mental health for students, especially after the challenges of COVID-19. Instead of waiting for solutions, these inspirational young men took matters into their own hands and founded You Are Not Alone, which aims to help break down the stigma surrounding mental health through meaningful connections and real conversations. Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to say that they are already fast on their way to achieving their goal. In June of this year, the inaugural You Are Not Alone Fun Run was held in Brisbane, which I had the pleasure of attending and supporting. This event raised over $37,000 for Lifeline Queensland and had over 2,000 participants involved. Deputy Speaker, I would like to highlight what an incredible result this is, especially when considering many of the people behind this fun run are currently completing Year 12. A massive congratulations to Tom and the team from You Are Not Alone. I look forward to sharing their future successes with the House.
Thank you. I give the call member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm speaking today to highlight the global challenge of one of the world's deadliest diseases, tuberculosis. In many countries in our region, TB is still a major disease threat. Indonesia has the second highest TB burden in the world, and PNG is a hotspot for drug-resistant TB. TB can be prevented with access to better diagnosis and better treatments. Technical partners such as the Burnet Institute have made an enormous contribution to public health initiatives. And the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria has played a critical role in global efforts to end TB, saving more than 44 million lives over the past 20 years, including 17.7 million in the Indo-Pacific. And Australia has contributed almost $1 billion to the Global Fund since it launched, helping to make a real impact. And in fact, the pandemic has provided an important opportunity to fight TB and COVID-19 at the same time in PNG by increasing investments in common tools and health workers to fight both diseases. However, the pandemic has also reversed some gains, and for the first time in over a decade, TB deaths increased in 2020. Continued support from the Global Fund will help countries in our region get the fight against these diseases back on track after the impacts of COVID-19. This is a worthy fight. It's one Australia contributes to, and it's one we can win.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Rotary started with the vision of one man, Paul Harris, in Chicago. He formed the Rotary Club of Chicago in 1905 so professionals with diverse backgrounds could exchange ideas and form meaningful lifelong friendships. Over time, Rotary's reach and vision gradually extended to humanitarian service. That commitment endures today through an organisation that remains truly international. Rotary members now span the globe, working to solve problems of some of the world's most challenging problems, locally and internationally. In Casey, we have many Rotary clubs, all of which contribute significantly to our communities. I was at Hillsville Rotary in June to celebrate the President changeover from Michael to Vinay. It was also a special occasion for Eckhart, who was awarded the Paul Harris Fellow, one of the highest honours a Rotarian can receive for 30 years of service. The Rotary Club of Lilydale has a rich history of service above self. One of the best products run by Lilydale Rotary is the Lilydale Craft and Product Market on the first Sunday of every month. I was pleased to attend their changeover dinner also in June, seeing their incoming president, Jenny Selway, continue the great work of Madeleine Palais. The Rotary Club of Upper Yarra welcomed new President David Chandler in July. I was honoured to be there with Mayor Jim Child to celebrate the changeover from Paul Coleman, who had served for 2 years as President. Congratulations and thank you to all our Rotary clubs in Casey.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a true privilege to be back in this place, to be returned as the member for Wills. And to the people of Wills, I want to thank you for re-electing me as your representative, to be your voice in this place. To the people of Hadfield, of Fawkner, of Glenroy, Brunswick, Pascoe, Coburg and Oak Park, thank you. Thank you to everyone who supported my campaign and to everyone who voted for another candidate. Short message. I say to you, I'm here to work for you as well, and I want to hear about the issues that matter to you, regardless of who you voted for. Because no matter who you voted for, I'm here to serve you and our community. This is the first time I actually stand in this place as a member of the government in a 92nd. And I know now, after a few weeks, the first-hand power of government to change the lives of people for the better, because it was Labor governments that gave my migrant family a home and allowed me to get access to a quality education and then to make my contribution back as an MP. In the first fortnight of this parliament, we are getting straight to work delivering a better future for all Australians. We've already taken real action on delivering the first real climate action plan in nearly a decade, reformed aged care, abolished the cashless debit card and introduced domestic violence leave. This is the power of government, and I am so grateful to the people of Wheels for placing their trust in me for a third term. I will keep working for you for real action that makes a positive difference to your lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Hughes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge the excellent and compassionate work of the Family Co, located in my electorate of Hughes. During the recent election campaign, I was fortunate to meet the CEO, Ms Ashley Daines, and learn more about the Family Co's initiatives. Based in Janali, the Family Co creates a safe and positive community where women, children, youth and families can strengthen their ability to face the challenges life throws at them and to realise their best futures. Madam Deputy Speaker, the excellent staff at the Family Co provide both practical and emotional support to individuals and families. They work with them, they offer them education, connections, information, advocacy and referrals to other services. This is to help increase their own knowledge and help them build the confidence needed, often when they're escaping from the scourge of family and domestic violence. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Family Co operates with compassion, integrity and courage, with an overriding commitment to learning and growth of the women and children and families that they assist. Its programs and projects support the improved communication and relationships between family members, reduce the impact of poverty and disadvantage on families, and enhance families' capacity to support the growth and development of all family members. Furthermore, the Family Co affirms and strengthens families' social, cultural and racial identities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. There's a very special group in my electorate called Port Stephens Koalas, and next week I am delighted to host the Minister for Environment and Water, the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, to officially open Port Stephens Koala Hospital. This special team, Port Stephens Koalas, is ably led by President Ron Land, and it includes a dedicated team of vets and very special volunteers who work tirelessly to save and rehabilitate our koalas and the odd wombat too, I might add. They know every life matters because, quite frankly, the koala population in New South Wales alone is down to around 25,000. Can you imagine if we lose koalas on our watch? It's unfathomable. That's why I'm so proud that we were able to secure $3 million to fund groundbreaking research and conservation into reproductive technologies for koalas. In addition to habitat loss and loss of genetic diversity, that is one of the key things to keeping our koalas in the wild long term. And this program directly addresses that problem of diversity. It's the best chance of saving koalas we've got. If you are lucky enough to visit our part of the world in Port Stephens, I encourage you to go
Call
there.
for Member Paterson. Fisher.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation. Australians have offered a remarkable show of force at this week's Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and the number and the buzz of national pride rings right across my electorate. 46 gold medals, 38 silver medals, 39 bronze medals and 123 medals in total. It is a remarkable feat, and we're not done yet. As many of you know, my daughter is a competitive swimmer, so I've been keeping a close eye on the Australian Dolphins, a few of whom are Sunshine Coast locals. I particularly want to highlight our para-swimming team, from the record-breaking Katya Dedekind to the likes of Braden Jason, Ruby Storm, Liam Schluter, Blake Cochran and many more. Our para-athletes are also dominating the court, especially our wheelchair basketballers. Athletes like Hannah Dodd, Lachlan Dalton, Georgia Inglis, Jake Kavanagh, Luke Poole, Amber Merritt, Ella Jablajak and Kurt Thompson. They should be very proud of their achievements this week. My electorate is home to a number of phenomenal athletes, and the Suncoast Spinners wheelchair basketball team has an iconic status in our local sporting community. Madam Deputy Speaker, just before I finish, I want to congratulate the Commonwealth Games for their inclusive way that they include para-sports with able-bodied. It's the best way to do it, and I'd encourage the Olympic Games to do exactly just the same.
Thank you. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of May, my community voted to send me here to work for a better future, for them and for our country. 75 days later, at the end of the first fortnight of Parliament, the Albanese Labor government hasn't wasted a minute delivering on that task. As we know, huge strides have been made to restore Australia's reputation and influence on the international stage, really importantly, critically, in our region. But it's really these first 7 days of Parliament where we have just hit the ground running. We've introduced, on my count, some 20 pieces of legislation, and today this House has passed the Climate Change Bill, the first time in over a decade that this parliament has done anything positive to address the biggest challenge and opportunities facing not just our country but the globe. And this parliament has passed aged care legislation implementing important reforms recommended by the Royal Commission, because the Minister for Aged Care sitting next to me has pushed them through. We haven't wasted any time. We're going to keep acting on domestic violence, on climate change, on health, and I'll be delivering for my community of Dunkley because of the privilege you've given me to be here as your voice.
Order. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I rise to acknowledge the important work of the Creative Economy Task Force and thank its 12 eminent members, Rachel Healy, John Barrington AM, Greta Bradman, Adrian Collette AM, Lee Schwinn Sin AO, Ian Q, Fiona Menzies, Barbara Moore, Alison Page, Paul Pittico, Dan Rosen, Chris Sains, CNZM and Lizanne McGregor. The Creative Economy Task Force was established by me as Arts Minister in the previous government to provide strategic advice and support to the government on the creative economy as we recovered from the effects of COVID-19 and to assist with the implementation of our coalition government's Creative Economy JobMaker package. Under this package, there was over $500 million in additional targeted funds for the arts and entertainment sector to alleviate the effects of COVID-19, and total funding for the arts in 21-22 reached over $1 billion, a record for Commonwealth arts funding under any government, Liberal or Labor. I note the Arts Minister has recently announced a new advisory body which does not include any of the eminent arts leaders who have served on the Creative Economy Task Force. While, of course, I make no criticism of members of that group, indeed I worked with a number of them in my time as Arts Minister, I do think it's unfortunate that there has been no continuity here. I understand that the next meeting of the Creative Economy Task Force will be its last. The Minister has been publicly silent about the Creative Economy Task Force, which is disappointing, and it's disappointing that he could not bring himself to appoint any of these distinguished arts leaders to his new body. I reiterate my thanks to the members of the Creative Economy Task Force for their vital contribution.
The member's time has expired. I'll give a call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, to paraphrase Henry Higgins, we said we'd do it, and today we did. Today we passed in this House a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the many climate action activists and groups in my electorate: Farmers for Climate Action, Derwent Valley Catchment Group, North East Bioregional Network, many individuals, many groups and many others who have been calling for climate change action and who, under this government, are finally receiving it. Speaker, it's a false dichotomy to say that climate change is an issue that only the inner city cares about. I represent a regional area and they care about climate change action. In fact, the Tasmanian Farmers and Graziers Association has noted climate change to be the single biggest hurdle to agriculture achieving $100 billion by 2030. That's what the Tasmanian Farmers and Graziers Association has said on the record. So we are addressing climate change with the bill today. Today is a good day, Speaker. It draws a line under 9 years of chaos, disunity and wasted opportunity under the former government. This government under the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and the Climate Change and Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, are getting the job done. I'm proud to be part of this government today. It's a great day for Australia today.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 3 April 2022 of the Honourable James Joseph Webster, a former Minister for Science and the Environment and Senator for Victoria between 1964 and 1980, place on record its appreciation for his long service as a member of the Senate and as a minister, and express its deep sympathy to Mr Webster's family. Mr Speaker, in the space of just 2 years, Senator Jim Webster lost a High Court case seeking an injunction against the joint sitting of Parliament following the 1974 double dissolution election, but he won a High Court case against allegations he was in breach of Section 44. He was what the papers call an outspoken backbencher and a meticulous, combative minister. Now, to mark a sometimes rugged public life, we offer the tranquil courtesy of condolence motion in recognition of his service to our nation. The youngest of 3 boys, Jim was left to work the family farm at Greenvale during the Second World War while his brothers served. In 1964, upon the death of Senator Harry Wade, he was chosen to fill the casual vacancy, the beginning of 16 years as a Senator for Victoria. Mr Speaker, a glance at the late Senator's pre-parliamentary CV reveals a seeming mass of contradictions: a delegate to the Timber Workers Union and a member of the Young Country Party, a member of the Waterside Workers Federation and the Junior Chamber of Commerce. Some might imagine he was a mere contrarian. After all, as a newly elected senator, he voted against the establishment of several committees that he then went to serve on. But I think 2 words take us to the core of the paradox and the heart of the man: agrarian socialism. Jim Webster was one of those old-school country party representatives who believed very much in government intervention, whether it was more funding for select irrigation projects, tax breaks for timber plantations, new subsidies for rural industries, or more support for tobacco growers. He knew what he believed, he knew what mattered to the people he represented, and he fought for it fiercely and frequently. Later on, he went on to serve in the first 2 terms of the Fraser government, first as the Minister for Science and after 1978 as the Minister for Science and the Environment. He has quite a record during this period. During his time in the portfolio, Kakadu was declared a national park. Whaling was banned in Australian waters. New support was given to the CSIRO, and progress was made in preserving the Australian Antarctic Territory, which the senator visited twice and where Webster Bay still bears his name. He had a farmer's respect for the land and an explorer's love of beautiful places. He left the Senate in January 1980 to take up the post of Australian High Commissioner to New Zealand, 4 more years of service to the nation in a long life that was well lived. We honour him today and extend the respect of the Parliament to his family and in particular to those people who knew him in the National Party. May he rest in peace.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join the Prime Minister in his fine words in honouring the life of Senator James Joseph Webster. Born in 1925 on Flinders Island, Jim moved with his farming family to the outskirts of Melbourne as a child. As a student, he ran the family farm while his older brother served in the war, but was prepared to serve himself, joining the Air Training Corps. He worked as a clerk in a log mill and a tallyman on Melbourne's wharves before joining his grandfather's timber hardware and plumbing business. He would be Re-elected, he filled a vacancy in the Senate in '64 and would be re-elected through the 60s and 70s and served until 1980. In his first speech, Jim spoke about the values he shared with his party, those of free enterprise and minimal government intervention, stating, I quote, "I pray that we shall retain in this country a system whereby freedom of the individual is paramount." Under Prime Minister Fraser, he served as the Minister for Science and the Environment. He championed Australia's research in the Antarctic, the banning of whaling in our waters, the work of the CSIRO and our film and television industries. He was Deputy Leader and then Leader of the Country Party in the Senate. He also held the positions of Deputy President of the Senate and Chairman of committees. As the Prime Minister pointed out, after leaving office, he became Australia's High Commissioner to New Zealand before, most importantly, returning to where he started, farming the land. On behalf of the Liberal Party, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Jim's colleagues, community, friends and family, especially his 4 children, Simon, James, Andrew and Tim.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader for their fine words. On behalf of the Federal National Party, we honour the memory and pay our deepest respects to the life of Jim Webster, a Victorian Senator for the National Country Party who served for 16 years in the Parliament and who passed away on the 3rd of April this year. Jim leaves behind him an incredible and distinguished legacy. He was a former leader of our party in the Senate and a former Minister for Science and the Environment who served in the Fraser government. Mr Speaker, throughout his entire career, Jim was a faithful servant of the Country Party and the National Party and the people of regional Victoria. Born in Tasmania and moving to a farm near Melbourne when he was 4 years old, Jim was a keen student at Caulfield Grammar before running the family farm while his older brothers served in World War II. It was during this time his father served in the Victorian Parliament that Jim became active in the Australian Country Party, which ultimately led to his nomination in 1964 to fill a casual vacancy of the Senate. During his political career, among Jim's most significant achievements include his work for the environment, for Australia's Antarctic research efforts and establishing the National Maritime Science Research Centre in Hobart and the CSIRO's Australian National Animal Health Laboratory at Geelong. Another tremendous achievement that Jim secured was his work in ending pirate whaling, and he was instrumental in introducing the Indian Ocean Whale Sanctuary. Jim's service to Australia did not end at the time in the Senate. With his resignation in 1980, followed his appointment as Australia's High Commissioner to New Zealand, a position he held for 4 years before returning to farming in his home state of Victoria. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the National Party family and in this entire House, we extend our sincere condolences to Jim's loved ones, his 4 sons and 4 grandchildren, and express our heartfelt gratitude for his tireless service to Australia. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable James Joseph Webster, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Leader of the House.
Move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All those in opinion say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable James Joseph Webster be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Put the question. All those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I inform the House of the death of the 27th of July 2022 of John Gayler, a member of this House for the division of Leichhardt from 1983 to 1993. As a mark of respect to the memory of John Gayler, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Questions without notice, and I will give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's promise to the families of Longford in the electorate of Lyons that, and I quote, "We've looked at measures that make a real permanent difference to cost of living. Our Powering Australia plan will reduce household power prices by $275, a promise repeated at least 15 times. Will the Prime Minister apologise to Australians he's misled?
Order. Order. Members on my right. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. And indeed, in Longman, in an electorates right around Australia, people are struggling with high power bills. And they're higher because of the failure of those opposite over 10 long years to implement—
Members on my left. Members on my left. The member for Latrobe.
To implement a policy. We stand by our plan to put more renewables in the system, which will drive down power prices. And we note that those opposite voted against lower power prices today. They voted against it again and again and again and again and again. They voted against it consistently because one of their final acts in government was actually to hide the power price increases that were coming in July 1. They didn't just hide it by not telling people, they hid it by changing through a regulation, going to the Governor-General in the dying days of a dying government, the dying days of a dying government. They went to the GG and changed the rules so that Australians would not know when they voted on May 21 that there were already baked-in increases in power prices coming on July 1.
We'll just take a break. The Manager of the Opposition Business.
The point of order is on relevance. The people of Longford don't care about their excuses. They want to know if they're going to get the promised power price cut of $275.
Resume your seat. Prime Minister is in order. He was talking about the commitment made. I call the Prime Minister.
And whether it was in Tasmania or whether it was in Queensland or whether in South Australia or whether in Western Australia, whether it was in the city or a regional town, we had the same message. And that message was backed by, this morning, an alphabet soup of business leaders. These are the groups that called upon the coalition to back the legislation that went through the House of Reps earlier today. AICD, ACSI, IGCC, ACF, BCA, AIG, ACCI, ACSI, RIAA, GIA, the Minerals Council of Australia, the Minerals Council of Australia,
Members on my left
calling
and
upon
right.
them to vote for certainty.
Minister for Home Affairs.
That's what business wants, because if business— I'll give you the big tip. If business has certainty, they can invest, and it's investment in cheaper, cleaner energy that will drive down power prices.
Order. Order. I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will the government's climate legislation help to put the climate wars behind us after a decade of climate denial and inaction?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question. On May 21, the Australian people voted for change. They voted to end the division, they voted to end the inaction and finally put the climate wars behind us. They have backed our Powering Australia plan. They gave us a mandate for the 43% target, and today we'll deliver on the first step of enshrining this target in law, giving our country the certainty that we need to shape the future. On the first day that I became Labor leader, I said that Australians had conflict fatigue. And on climate, rather than rally the same troops to dig a deeper trench in the same spot, I wanted us to find new allies. And new allies we have found. New allies we have found. This is what Jennifer Westacott, the CEO of the Business Council of Australia, has said. This legislation has brought Australia a step closer to ending the climate wars. that have put a handbrake on progress and become a serious economic barrier. We welcome this legislation and the adoption of key elements of the Business Council's plan to reach net zero emissions. 43% is a sensible, achievable target which can be delivered alongside new industries and better jobs with coordinated action. We thank the government for working with business to deliver a workable plan, reduce emissions and strengthen Australia's economic future. Remember when the Liberal Party used to have a relationship with business? Remember that? But what we saw today was just them isolated and alone, stuck in the same old trench, fighting a fight that has passed them by themselves with their arms crossed, just saying no, no, no. The coalition of yesterday, the no-alition of today, just saying no, just saying no to absolutely everything.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? I call the manager.
Mr Speaker, under the rulings you've made, it is not in order for the Prime Minister to engage in an unstructured sledging of this side of the House, which is what he's doing.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. I call the Prime Minister.
It's completely structured.
Order. Members on my right. The Prime Minister is addressing the question. He's in order. Call the Prime Minister.
If he's offended by that, he should see what the business community is saying about them in private. He should have a chat. Have a chat to the National Farmers Federation or the Australian Industry Group about manufacturing or the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry or the Business Council of Australia about how irrelevant they have become. How irrelevant they have become. Now, I haven't always been close on all issues to those on the crossbenches, but I tell you what, they were prepared to engage constructively and at least behave with a bit more maturity than those who jokingly call themselves the alternative.
The Prime Minister's time has expired. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Small Business. Can the minister confirm that small businesses will see a $275 reduction in their energy bills by 2025?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Is it different?
I thank the member for her question, and we all know, as I said in this place last week, that small businesses are facing challenges, and one of them is rising electricity prices, because, of course, you didn't have the guts to tell them prior to the election that you were going to put up their electricity prices.
Order.
The former minister over here actually deliberately hid it, made a deliberate decision not to tell small businesses that their power prices were going to increase because of your government's inaction over the last decade.
The minister will resume her seat and remind her to direct, and I'll remind her to direct comments through the chair. And order. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
A point of order, Mr Speaker, on relevance. It was a very narrow question. It specifically asked, will small business see a $275 reduction in their energy bills?
I thank the Deputy Leader
of the Opposition. A very
of the
narrow
Opposition
question.
to resume her seat. The minister is entitled to a preamble to the question. She's done that. I'll ask her to draw her to the question. I call the Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think I've answered the question. Those opposite are the ones that hid increasing electricity prices from small businesses prior to the election.
I'm giving. I'll call the Deputy Leader and will ask her to state the point of order.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to table the Labor Party's Powering Australia plan mentioned twice already by the Prime Minister in question time, which specifically refers to $275 a year in relief.
I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. She may resume her seat. Just so that she's clear. Order. Order. Just so that all members are clear, particularly new members, if a document is to be tabled, the minister must refer to that document. She didn't refer that to an answer, so that is not a point of order. I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How will the government's procurement of the new third-generation monkeypox vaccine protect Australians from the spread of monkeypox?
I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for McNamara for his question. I know he's been closely engaged with his community about the impact of the global outbreak of monkeypox here in Australia, and he's been closely engaged with me as well. Mr Speaker, it's only 13 weeks since the first case of monkeypox outside of the endemic countries in Africa that have experienced that virus for many years was notified in the UK. And in that time, outside of Africa, more than 25,000 cases have been reported across 76 different countries, countries that have not experienced monkeypox before. More than 6,000 cases have been reported in the US, almost 3,000 in the UK and more than 4,000 here in Spain. Mr Speaker, this is a self-limiting illness that is usually mild to moderate, but over the past week or so we have started to see reports of deaths, both in the endemic African countries, but also 4 deaths in those countries that have not experienced monkeypox before. Since the first case was reported here in Australia on the 19th of May, Mr Speaker, 58 cases have been reported in Australia. And on the day after that first report, on the 20th of May, the Health Department began negotiations with Bavarian Nordic, the company that manufactures the new third-generation vaccine for monkeypox. And since that time, there have been 27 meetings with that company in a very, very competitive global market, a market that's, as you imagine, Mr Speaker, highly constrained. And I'm pleased to announce that we have secured the supply for Australia of 450,000 doses of this new state-of-the-art vaccine, and that will provide not just pre-exposure protection, as a vaccine would be expected to do, but also post-exposure treatment for those people who have contracted the virus. We'll be rolling out that vaccine, Mr Speaker, through state and territory clinics, and I thank the state and territories for their very constructive engagement over recent weeks. And we've also been working over recent weeks to increase clinical awareness and clinical capability to identify, isolate and treat cases as quickly as possible. I want to mention, though, Mr Speaker, because the member for McNamara has been very focused on this, about community engagement. It's important to say that any person can contract monkeypox, but it has particularly affected across the world gay, bisexual and other men who have sex with men. So we've been closely engaged with organisations like AFAO, the Federation of AIDS Organisations, the clinicians at ASHM, leveraging their networks and the capability that they've built up over the last 4 decades to make sure that communities across Australia have maximum awareness and are able to take up the opportunities that we've been able to secure over the course of this week.
I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Treasurer, ATO data shows the combined income of 5 of the gas industry's biggest companies paid no income tax despite a combined income of $138 billion over the past 7 years. At a time when Australian households and businesses are paying record prices for gas extracted from our reserves and sold back to us by these very companies, do you agree that your government's election promise of multinational tax reform should include a super profits tax?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and to the member for Warringah for her question. As she alluded to in her question, the government's priority is to make sure that multinational corporations pay a fairer share of tax where they make their profits. And what I hope to do in the next day or two is to release the discussion paper, which is the consultation that we committed to when it comes to the implementation of the multinational tax policies that we took to the election. And they are our priority, and they will be hopefully implemented as we describe them in the election campaign. If that consultation process brings to our attention some issues around the implementation of that promise, then obviously then we will take that seriously. In addition to that, there is, as the member is no doubt aware, a big agenda around multinational taxes from the OECD, which the Americans and others have been leading as well. When I was with the Governor of the Reserve Bank at the G20 meetings in Indonesia, one of the topics of conversation with Secretary Janet Yellen and others was about how the world can work together on the two pillars of the OECD agenda, again, to try and make sure that we fix this problem in the global economy and certainly in our economy, where it's too easy for multinational corporations to move their debt or move their profits around the world in a way that sells countries short and makes it harder for us to fund the things that we really care about, healthcare and education and all of those federal government programs that we need to fund in the context of all of our other budget constraints. And so, once again, a bit like the answer to the question from another colleague in the House, I think earlier this week, if not last week, we don't intend to go down the path that you are asking us about, but we do intend to take meaningful action on multinational tax.
Has the Treasurer completed his answer? Oh. Resume your seat. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What role will the Jobs and Skills Summit play in addressing the challenges facing our economy, and who will be involved?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate once again the fantastic member for Boothby who joins this parliament for the first time. Now, before the parliament returns for the next sittings of this place on the 1st and 2nd of September, the Albanese Labor government will be hosting a Jobs and Skills Summit here in Canberra. And this is our opportunity to bring Australians together to address the big challenges that we confront in our economy, whether it be labour shortages or skills shortages or stagnant wages. It's our opportunity to work together to create more opportunities for more people in more parts of our country. Now, this side of the House, we recognise that a better future relies on bringing people together. So bringing people together isn't just the aim and the guiding instinct of the Jobs and Skills Summit, it's also the aim and the guiding instinct of this government and of the Australian people that we serve. We want to ensure that there is a good, qualified worker for every business that needs one and a great, well-paid, secure job for every Australian that wants one. We want a bigger, more productive and better skilled workforce with strong and sustainable wages growth as a defining feature of our national economic success. And that's why the summit will bring together workers and their unions, employers and their peak organisations, community groups, experts and other levels of government as well. And it's why this month there will be proper consultation with, whether it's by portfolio or in different communities around Australia, as we conduct some genuine consultation in the lead-up to the Jobs and Skills Summit. I'll be doing some of that in central Queensland next week, because there is a hunger in this country for real talk about our economic challenges. There is an appetite to work together to address them, and there is a willingness in this country right now, at this moment, to see things through the prism of our national economic interest. Now, Mr Speaker, it's time for those opposite to decide whether they want to be part of the solution here or whether they want to continue to be part of the problem. Now, their position on this Jobs Summit has been characteristically confused. Some days—
The Treasurer will resume his seat. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, it is on relevance. You've given clear guidance as to when ministers may speak about this side of the House. The question was very tight. Jobs and Skills Summit, what role, who will be involved? No reference to this side of the House.
The Manager can resume his seat. The Treasurer is also talking about the end part of the question about addressing problems facing the economy. So I'll ask the Treasurer to return to the question and give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In relation to who will be involved in the summit, on some days those opposite say they want to see the summit cancelled. On other days they say that they demand an invitation to the Jobs Summit. On the 11th of July they said both. On the 11th of July they said both. It reminds me of what Groucho Marx said. Groucho Marx said he didn't want to be part of an organisation that would have him as a member. The member for Hume doesn't want to be part of a Jobs Summit that would have him as an attendee. That seems to be the member for Hume's position. Speaker, if we bring to an end this decade of division and dysfunction, conflict and complacency, that's what the summit is all about, and that's what the government's all about as well.
Order. I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The CFMEU has given over $10 million to the Labor Party since the last watchdog was abolished. Is the Prime Minister aware of the case of a female operations manager being targeted and verbally abused to the extent that she cried, felt fearful and ill? Why does the Prime Minister keep dismissing this issue when the welfare of 150,000 women working in the construction sector is at stake?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Mallee for her question, and as I've said repeatedly, behaviour such as that, which she has described, is completely unacceptable. And that's why the Fair Work Ombudsman will be responsible, along with Fair Work Australia, for ensuring that industrial relations law is appropriately applied to any union or any employer. Simple as that. But my principle is also that all workers should be subject to the same laws and regulations as others. It's not a radical proposition that we're putting forward here. Our workplace relations system must be based upon fairness, mutual trust, respect and obeying the rule of law. That's our position. Simple as that. And what we have from the ABCC, though, is that there's substantial commentary about how it was supposed to have improved the way that the sector might operate. We'd expect if, while the period the ABCC was the regulator, for there to be improvements in labour productivity in the construction sector. You would expect that to be the case. But if you look at the facts, in 2017-18, productivity was down by 2.4%. In 2018-19, it was down by 2.6%. In 2019-20, it was down by 2.6% also. So the ABCC is supposed to be improving the way that the sector operates, and yet we have labour productivity going down year after year after year. And you would expect also the issue of construction costs to be there. The construction costs of the last 5 years in the heavy and civil engineering sector have risen by up to 20%. And during that time, of course, if you look at the total expenditure on the ABCC, their budget, since it was established from 2016 up to this year, their total budget is some $233 million. $233 million. This year alone, some $34 million. Some $34 million. And during that period, the ABCC boss, indeed Nigel Hadgkiss, had to resign himself in 2017 because he was caught breaching the Fair Work Act himself. Breaching the Fair Work Act himself. And so we take a very clear view, which is behaviour is unacceptable, full stop, of either employees or employers. All workers, bad behaviour is unacceptable. All workers should be subject to the same laws and regulations as others.
Give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for older Australians after a decade of neglect and supporting workers in the aged care sector?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my friend the member for Dunkley for her question and for her tireless advocacy for older Australians in Dunkley, from Mount Eliza to Frankston to Carrum Downs, communities I know so well because you speak about them so often in the House. And I know she joins with me in our advocacy for getting cracking on aged care reform in the House this week. Mr Speaker, you only get one bill to be the very first bill to go through the new parliament, and that bill for the Albanese Labor government was aged care reform. That's how seriously we take it. And we have now, Mr Speaker, delivered 17 Royal Commission recommendations in just our first 100 days, compared to only 9 Royal Commission recommendations that the Morrison government achieved in 17 months. And we have, therefore, endorsements from the Council of the Ageing, who said that these bills are crucial steps in a reform process that, when fully implemented, will ensure Australians will enjoy the quality aged care system that all Australians deserve. The HSU said that from the first time there is a crack of light at the end of the tunnel. Catholic Health Australia said that the bills really fire the starting gun on reform. The Old Persons Advocacy Network said that the bills represent a watershed moment for older people and their families. And Opal Healthcare said they were delighted to see a new bill that will enshrine mandated standards. And among the most important endorsement of all, the people who care for our older Australians. Mr Speaker, we are joined in the gallery today by Tara, who works in residential aged care in Jimboomba, who cares for Maxine and for Sylvia. Conwell, who joins us from Thursday Island. He works in the only residential aged care facility in Thursday Island. Marina joins us. She supports older Australians in Perth, and she says she wants more transparency and accountability, and that the actions that she saw in the House this week for the very first time gave her hope. Rhiannon is here from South Australia. Staff shortages means that Rhiannon has to get to the older Australians in her care, out of bed, showered and ready for breakfast, all in only 8 minutes. Well, not on our watch, Rhiannon. No longer on our watch. And Catherine works in home care as a community worker. She loves her job. To Tara, Conwell, Marina, Rhiannon and Catherine, on behalf of this House, we say thank you. Our aged care workers deserve a whole lot better, and that's why we're not done yet. Aged Care Employee Day is this Sunday, and that's why on Monday we are sending our submission to the Fair Work Commission to give aged care workers a pay rise. We are going to do what we promised. We are going to do better by you than you ever received under 9 years of neglect of the previous Morrison government. You are our first bill through the House. We are sending our submission on Monday to try and get you a pay rise, and we will continue to deliver those election commitments to keep our promise with the Australian people.
Order. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Reports in the AFR show the CFMEU-run super fund Cbus, a super fund chaired by the current president of the ALP, spent $11.2 million of members' retirement savings on payments to the Labor Party and unions over the last 5 years. Why is the government, in one of its first acts, moving to hide these payments from hard-working Australians?
Order. I give the call. Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Resources. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I'm asked by the Shadow Treasurer a question about two things. One about things being hid by the Shadow Treasurer, about things being hid, and then a question about integrity from the Shadow Treasurer. Well, sometimes when the Tactics Committee give you a question, you should maybe say maybe someone else should ask that question. And that's one of the times. Because with regard to hiding information, what this political party that won 77 seats in the House of Representatives did before the election.
The Prime Minister will just take a break. The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker, on relevance, the Prime Minister was asked about $11.2 million of members' retirement savings channelled to the ALP. The ALP president is the chair of the CFMEU-run Cbus. The Prime Minister has conducted this personal attack, but completely refuses to talk about these donors.
Order. The Prime Minister is 40 seconds in. I'll ask him to return to the question and give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I reject the assertion that's contained in the question. I reject the assertion completely. And a range of, once again, a slur against someone who was named, indeed, the world's greatest finance minister during the global financial crisis.
Order.
The
Members
person,
on my left.
the person who kept
Members
us.
on my left. Order. Member for Barker and the member O'Connor. The members on my left will cease interjecting.
That's ringing a bell.
The person who was Treasurer during the 30 years of consecutive economic growth that was created by the Hawke-Keating economic reforms and saw us through the global financial crisis is eminently qualified to chair a superannuation board that he has done in very recent times. But for those opposite to speak about accountability and transparency, the point is very simple here, which is that they ask about transparency. When it comes to the ABCC, we went to not just one election, we went to 3 elections saying that we would abolish the ABCC, and I know that those opposite might find it unusual, the idea that you do what you said you would do during an election campaign, and you receive a mandate for it
member for Groom. Members on my left.
from the Australian people. But that is precisely what we will do. We will go through our election commitments and we'll tick them off one by one, because that's what governments of integrity do. But we won't take lections of integrity from the shadow treasurer. Other bodies will deal with him.
Time for the minister's Prime Minister's time is concluded. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
It's a reflection on a member, Mr Speaker. Reflections on the integrity of the Shadow Treasurer are quite out of order.
Look, order. The member will just resume her seat. Order. I didn't hear what the Prime Minister was saying because there was too much noise on my left. If you want me to rule and hear these points of order, I need to hear what the Prime Minister is saying. I've warned the members for Groom, and the members for Barker and other members are close to it. These questions will be heard in silence, and there is too much noise in the chamber. I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How will the passage of the Albanese government's climate change bill address the climate wars and deliver a better future for Australian families and businesses?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the people of Macquarie know all too well the cost of climate change. The member for Macquarie knows all too well the benefits of action on climate change, and I thank the member for her friendship and her very, very strong climate advocacy. Mr Speaker, the passage of the Albanese government's climate bill through the House today, 89 votes to 55, represents the will of the parliament and the will of the people, Mr Speaker. The Australian people voted for action on climate change, and today the Albanese government delivered action on climate change. And, Mr Speaker, today represents the opportunity for the parliament to stop arguing about whether to reduce emissions and to start working together on how to reduce emissions, Mr Speaker. That's what happens today. And there has been broad support for the passage of the Albanese government's reforms through parliament in the lead-up to today and in the last few hours. We've seen the Business Council of Australia say the nation can't afford to go back to the future. We must move forward now to secure a frontier economy powered by affordable, reliable, secure and low-emissions energy. 43% is a sensible, achievable target which can be delivered alongside new industries and better jobs with coordinated action. And that's just a representative statement of the views of the business community. Unsurprising, perhaps, Mr Speaker, because from opposition we worked with the business community on our climate change policies because We want to work in partnership with people of goodwill in this parliament and beyond the parliament to get emissions down and to get jobs up. That's our plan, Mr Speaker, to get emissions down and jobs up. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has said this is a missed opportunity for the opposition. The announcement today demonstrates that the climate wars are over. This must act as a moment of unity of purpose. And we agree with the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Some in this House think they know more about business than the Business Council and more about commerce than the Australian Chamber of Commerce, but we don't on this side of the House, and nor do members of the crossbench, because today, 89 votes to 55, the Australian Parliament spoke the will of the people. But we know the work does not end today. The work begins today. Now we have to rewire our nation. Now we have to ensure that our biggest emitters reduce their emissions through the safeguard mechanism. Now we have to develop a national electric vehicle strategy, Mr Speaker, and that's exactly what we will do. Now we will roll 400 community batteries out across our country. Now we will roll solar banks out across our country. That's what this government will do. Mr Speaker, today does not mark the end of the work. Today the work just gets started. We are just starting the work that the Australian people elected us to do.
Order. Order, members. Members on my right. Members on my right will cease interjecting. I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. What does the minister say to the residents of South West Rocks, a small coastal community in my electorate, who will now be forced to compete with suburban Sydney to attract doctors, all because of Labor's decision to blow up the classification system for rural doctors?
I give the call. Order. I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to take another question about the ways in which this government is seeking to make it easier to see a doctor, because the last government made cut after cut and change after change that have resulted in it being harder to see a doctor, more expensive to see a doctor than it ever has been in the Medicare era. And I'll go to the changes we made to DPA, because the member in his question tried to compare the area he represents to Sydney. Now, what we did with our changes to the DPA, the District of Priority Access, is to reverse distribution priority access, is to reverse a cut made by the former government in 2019 that removed the ability in 140 GP regions of this country to employ overseas-trained doctors. And they were not regions in the middle of Sydney. They were regions like the one represented by the member for Hunter, by the member for Shortland, by the member for Patterson, on the Central Coast, in other regional areas of Queensland, of Victoria, of New South Wales, because the former government pretended it was the same process to recruit a doctor in the Hunter Valley as it was in Mossman, and it simply isn't. I visited time after time GP surgeries in regional Australia that had consulting rooms that were closed, consulting rooms without a doctor, and the Leader of the National Party might scoff. I mean, they tried to run a campaign in the Hunter Valley. They obviously didn't bother visiting any GP practices in the Hunter Valley, because doctor after doctor in that community, patient after patient, said because of your changes in 2019, it had never been harder to see a doctor than it had been right now. So we make no apology for reversing those cuts. No apology at all for reversing those cuts and making it easier to see a doctor in the Hunter Valley, the community you pretended to represent and failed dismally.
The Leader of the Nationals is warned.
What those opposite might want to tell their communities is that I was
the Leader of the Nationals will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. It's not something to cheer about, government members. The member for Grey on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker.
The minister is constantly referring to you and the leader of the.
I thank the member for Grey. The minister will direct his comments through the chair. I call the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I apologise to you because I remember very clearly you supporting Labor's policies to make it easier to see a doctor right through the election campaign. But I can tell you, Mr Speaker, I was lobbied to reverse the changes the former government made, for example, to bulk billing incentives in DPA2 areas like the Hunter Valley, and I resisted that lobbying because I thought it is important that there be continued incentives in more rural and more regional areas, including higher bulk billing rural incentives and higher incentives under the Workplace Incentive Program.
Expired. When the House comes to order, the member for Werriwa has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How will the Albanese Labor government work to address the skills crisis it inherited and help ensure that the economy is not held back by these skills shortages?
Give the call to the minister.
I thank the member for her question and her keen interest and advocacy in tackling skill shortages in this country. Given the sheer scale of this challenge, the government has hit the ground running on this very important issue. Now, it is also true to say that we didn't just inherit a massive fiscal debt, we inherited a massive shortage when it comes to skills in the labour market. That's the reality, and for that reason we need to do everything we possibly can to address this problem, because over the last decade there's been a mismatch between investment in skills and the skills that are in demand. So there's a lot of work to be done by this government, because whether you look at the aged care sector or the disability care, you see skill shortages. Whether you look at advanced manufacturing or the tech industry, hospitality and tourism and the retail, there are skill shortages. There are skill shortages in the traditional trades and personal care services. There are even shortages amongst teachers and trainers that are needed to equip the workforce with the skills that are in demand. And for that reason, we need to get on with this very quickly. It's why, as the Treasurer said earlier in question time, we're convening the Jobs and Skills Summit, bringing together businesses, large and small, unions, training providers, state and territory governments, other experts, to drive this agenda, to make sure we work together to deal with this problem, this shortage in many sectors of the economy, a crisis that's actually being experienced in those areas. It's also why we've committed to 465,000 fee-free TAFE places. We want to put TAFE back at the centre of the vet sector in this country, finally. That is absolutely important, an important vehicle to bring about change. This government understands that for Australia to succeed, for us to maintain and improve living standards, we need to have a skilled workforce. A skilled workforce is a productive workforce. A productive workforce means a stronger economy, and it means cheaper goods and services. But as a Labor government, we also understand this. We understand that training working people means it provides them the dignity and indeed the sense of fulfilment of having a good job. Because if you train workers in areas of demand, you provide security of employment for those workers. You provide a career progression. So it's not just important for our economy, it's not just important for businesses in this country, it is critical for workers who deserve a decent go and deserve secure work.
Before I call the member for Fowler, I'd like to inform the House that we have present in the gallery this afternoon His Excellency Mr Wolfgang Strohmayer, Ambassador of Austria. On behalf of the House, I extend a warm welcome to you. And I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Australia is facing a cost of living and jobs and skills emergency. My electorate of Fowler also bears the brunt of the nation's migrant settlement city. It has one of the highest national unemployment rates over the past decade, almost 10% and more than double the national average. How will the Prime Minister commit to working with me to lower the unemployment rate and lower the cost of living for struggling families of Fowler?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank very much the member for Fowler for her question, And just last week we had a very constructive one-on-one meeting about how the government can assist people in Fowler electorate around the Liverpool area in south-west Sydney, an area that I'm very familiar with. And the member is quite right to point to socio-economic disadvantage that's there in Fowler. It has a much higher proportion of new migrants to Australia than the average across the country. And in particular, many newer groups have gone to south-west Sydney to settle, to make Australia their home. Over a period of time, what I know is that communities like the Vietnamese community in Fowler, just like the one in Marrickville, when I recall the member for Fowler living in my electorate some years ago where we first met, that community has proven to be a great success. But newer communities, of course, require that additional support, such as the Assyrian community, people who fled war-torn Syria in recent times. And my government is very conscious of that. That's one of the reasons why I've encouraged the member to engage in the Jobs and Skills Summit process, to have a local forum, and offered the government support to provide advice, speakers, to provide the full force of government to have local forums, which is on offer to anyone around this chamber as well. What we need to do is to work with the local business community, to work with TAFE, the three levels of government, and I discussed with Premier Perrottet today at the National Cabinet, along with other premiers, how we can make sure, arising out of that, we give Australians more opportunities for jobs through better TAFE funding, better training, making sure that we identify those opportunities which are there. One of the things we know is that long-term unemployment can be a scourge. In particular, I'm aware that in south-west Sydney there are pockets, large pockets of housing estates whereby disadvantage is entrenched. When I asked a question the other day about social housing, I spoke about the need to have a mix of housing as well. And I have raised with state premiers as well as with local government, how we get better investment as part of this government's commitment through our Housing Australia Future Fund and other investment vehicles to get increased support for a mix of housing, so that you don't have people growing up in communities where they can't see people that they can aspire to be one day. I thank very much the member for Fowler for her question. I look forward to working constructively with her, and I thank her for her engagement with the government up to this point.
And I give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Leader of the House. How is the government's management of the House in its first sitting fortnight delivering on Labor's vision for a better future, and how does that compare to previous parliaments?
Order. 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 I'm very keen to hear the answer, but the manager of the opposition— Order. When the House comes to order, I'm trying to give the manager of opposition business the call. When the House is silent, I will hear from him. I call the manager of opposition business.
Mr Speaker, question time is for ministers to be asked about the activities of the current government. You've given a ruling on this. How can this question possibly be consistent with your ruling?
The question is in order, and I call the Leader of the House, who's also a minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Lyons for asking an excellent question. An excellent question. And it's fair to say I like this parliament better, significantly better. And one of the things I'll say that we've had, particularly if you look at the debate that happened this morning—
Order.
How long
Members
is it
on my left.
Since how long is it? How long is it in this parliament since we've had a situation where the crossbench move an amendment, the minister listens to the speech, and the parliament then makes a decision based on the debate? For 9 years, the debate didn't even occur. For 9 years, the amendments weren't even allowed to be moved. And today what I saw in the parliament was a situation, finally, where different members of parliament, regardless of where they are in the chamber, brought forward their ideas. The debate mattered for the outcomes and the parliament voted. I note no amendments from those opposite, no amendments from those opposite at all, and as well as there being no amendments, even when they were voting no, like not even any enthusiasm, not even like they wanted to be here. But the procedures that have allowed us to be able to do this have changed what's possible in the parliament. Now, first of all, I'll pay credit. Of the 35 new members, we have had 24 first speeches now. And for members on this side, that side and the crossbench, it is good to have those first speeches so early in the new parliament. But what we have also achieved, against those opposites saying it would be the end of democracy, are new procedures which have allowed people to debate. Now, for the last 2 nights, where previously the process would have been
the manager. Order. The manager will take a break. Order. Members on my right. Members on my right. I'm calling the member for Wannon, and I'd ask him to state the point of order.
It's relevance. How many bills have you guaranteed this week? That's what we need that explained to us. Because you've been doing that.
Resume your seat. The member for Wannon, that was not a point of order. That was a member for Wannon. That was not a point of order. It was a question that is not within the standing orders. And if those kind of disruptions continue, action will be taken. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order might have been out of order, but it was really helpful, because I was about to refer in terms of the new procedures, with the speaking times being dropped from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. The member for Flynn said it was an absolute appalling use of the guillotine that he wasn't allowed to talk for 15 minutes. He then sat down after 8 minutes and 4 seconds with nothing more to say. The last 2 nights, member after member has stood up and opened their speech by saying it is outrageous that we are being silenced, and they have continued to talk for 10 minutes about being silenced. And then they said the 10 p.m. cut-off is the same as a gag, that cutting it off at 10 p.m. means that we just don't get to speak at all. It's exactly the same as what they used to do, moving that the Speaker be no further heard. Well, the first time we used that procedure of the 10 p.m. cut-off, they ran out of speakers at 9:37. Last night, they ran out at 9:27. The parliament's being used as it should be.
The Leader's House has expired. Order. The House will come to order. Members on my left, I'd like to hear the member for Fadden's question, and I give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, reports in the AFR show a total of $85.5 million in payments by 51 super funds to political parties, namely the Labor Party, and associates, namely unions, over the past 5 years. Can the Prime Minister confirm the very first act by his Treasury under his government was to water down transparency and accountability measures designed to give Australian super fund members visibility of how their savings are spent?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The first act of the government was actually to sit around as a cabinet and to agree,
Order. The member for Fadden has asked a question.
To put in a submission to the Fair Work Commission to give low-wage workers a pay rise. That was the first act that we did, because what we said was that $20.33, people were doing it tough. People were doing it tough. So that was the first act of the government. We've continued to implement our priorities. We will continue to implement our priorities. We were transparent before the election. And just as those opposite are transparent, that they've never seen a union they didn't want to undermine, and they've never seen an industry super fund
Order.
that they didn't want to have a Royal Commission into,
Prime Minister will
or that
take,
they didn't want to take
the
action
Prime
against?
Minister will take a short break. I call the Deputy Leader on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question actually said the first active treasurer. The Prime Minister is not addressing the question. The question said the first act of Treasury.
The Deputy Leader will resume her.
Okay.
The Deputy Order. Members on my left. The Deputy Leader has raised a point of order. The question. Order. I'm trying to rule on the point of order. The Deputy Leader asked a point of order. The question is about the first act, and I'm calling the Prime Minister, who is in order.
And I know it might come as a shock to some of those opposite that Treasury has something to do with wages and with submissions to the Fair Work Commission, and that Treasury, including the very good Secretary of the Treasury, Stephen Kennedy, someone who served the previous government and someone who continues to serve this government, a fine public servant, knows that what we did was to put in that as our first act. That was our first act. Those opposite keep repeating the same acts over and over again, which is to stand here and just give working Australians a reminder that they've never seen a union they didn't want to undermine, and that they've never seen industry super funds that they didn't want to get rid of and undermine and weaken. And that is why, when they came to office, they had a Royal Commission into superannuation, and what that found, indeed, was that industry super funds performed much better than the retail funds. And the industry super funds, which those opposite have played with over and over again, the increases that were there for the super guarantee up to 12%, they've undermined consistently the whole way through. We on this side support the right of workers to have superannuation. We're pretty proud of it. We're pretty proud that it is part of Labor's legacy.
The Prime Minister will just resume for a moment. I'm calling the member for Fadden.
Mr Speaker, standing order on tedious repetition, standing order 75. All we've heard is the Prime Minister tediously repeat his support for the union movement as opposed to answer the question on the first act of his Treasury.
Order. That is not. That is. The Prime Minister is in order. That is not a point of order, and I give him the call. He has concluded his answer. I give the call. The Minister for Climate Change. I give the call. The member for Reid can resume her seat for a moment. She will get the call. Just giving the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
His answer. The Prime Minister made a dismissive gesture towards the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. It was disrespectful to a senior woman parliamentarian, and I ask him to withdraw that.
Order. I was listening closely to the Prime Minister. I didn't see anything in his answer that was disrespectful at all. Resume your seat. If the Prime Minister... Order. If the Prime Minister had done something disrespectful, I would ask him to withdraw it. But there was nothing said, and we will move on now with question time. Order. Members on my left, I give the call to the member for Reid.
My question is to the Prime Minister. What work is the Albanese government doing to improve the lives of Australians and put our country on a path to a better future after a wasted decade?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Reid for her question and for her contribution already to the Labor government. We have hit the ground running. This is a government that promised not to waste a day, and we're certainly doing that. Our government has had a real impact on people's lives, whether it be the minimum wage increase, whether it be dealing with floods, whether it be delivering antivirals and forced shots around the country. Our plans are building the foundations of a better future. 43% reduction in our emissions, which is about creating economic opportunity. Jobs and skills, the Jobs and Skills Australia legislation, which is up. The Jobs and Skills Summit, where we'll get business, unions and civil society together to talk about how we advance. Aged care, where we've already passed legislation, where we've stood up for the workers that we see today in the gallery who need a pay increase. Rebuilding relationships around the world, making us stronger at home, but making us stand on our own 2 feet and be secure in the world. It's not just what we do, it's how we do it. And how you do it is bringing people together by being more inclusive, something that those opposite never sought to do. We're always looking for division, we look for unity. We look for that sense of purpose and our common interests, whether it be working with business, unions and civil society on climate change, finding strength in our common purpose. Good government changed my life, and good government helps people put a roof over their head. Good government supports young people who want to learn a trade or get a degree. A good government ensures older Australians can live out their later years with dignity and respect. A good government creates opportunities for families to get ahead. A good government gets wages rising. A good government boosts productivity. A good government makes it possible for Australia to make things here again. And a good government uplifts the whole nation by advancing the interests of that nation, by recognising that our history didn't begin in 1788 and recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our national birth certificate, our constitution. Together on economic policy, on social policy, on environmental policy, we will build a better future. We will form alliances and work with all people of goodwill, and that is what we have seen when the parliament passed our climate legislation this morning.
As concluded. Order. Members on my right. The member for Lindsay. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On indulgence, in the gallery this afternoon is Louise Yaxley. Louise Yaxley has been the ABC Parliamentary Bureau Chief for a very long time. She spent 28 years covering politics in this House, and tomorrow she will end what has been an absolutely sensational career. Louise Yaxley is always professional, she's courteous and she's knowledgeable, and she's added to the quality of political discourse in this country through her work in the AM program, PM, The World Today, through ABC Current Affairs and ABC News. She's someone who is much loved across the parliament. She's someone who is respected by all who have had contact with her. She brings to the profession of journalism honour, respect and integrity, and I pay tribute to her on her final day, which happens to be as well the 90th anniversary, of course, of the ABC. Our national broadcaster will be celebrated tomorrow at ABC headquarters in Ultimo. Well done, Louise.
And I'm indulgent. And on indulgence, I'll give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, on indulgence, I join with the Prime Minister on behalf of the Coalition to wish Louise all the very best in the next phase of her life. She's been here for almost 3 decades, covered 10 elections, 10 federal elections, has provided leadership at the Bureau and seen incredible changes, particularly in the technology space and the way in which the message is communicated. I think it's fair to say that this side of politics hasn't always agreed with the ABC, but I think from Louise we've always got a fair hearing, and I want to thank her for the professionalism and for her approach to dealing with our press sector and the queries that we have. The engagement has been professional, and it's been a credit to you and to your leadership skills. Of course, despite all of the investigative resources at the ABC. None of the journalists up there, including those that sit with her in the gallery today, have been able to uncover the truth as to the origin of Penguin, her nickname. It remains a mystery to the day of her retirement, so perhaps there's some opportunity for them to write a story, or perhaps in her book there will be some mention of how she came about to achieve that nickname. But from all of us in this place, we wish you every good health and success into the next phase of your life.
And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Birmingham Commonwealth Games has been an extraordinary success for the host city, but a great success for Australia as well. Currently, and I do say currently because the medal tally is going over like an odometer at the moment, we've won, as before QT, 123 medals, including 46 gold. There are joyous stories everywhere we look, and breakout stars announcing themselves on the world stage, as well as household names showing their class. There are 5 days to go, but there is lots more for us to look forward to. So I wanted to, on behalf of the Parliament and all Australians, congratulate the competitors and those people behind the scenes too, the dedicated support staff and coaches, but also the proud loved ones, the mums and dads who took little Ariana or little all the swimmers off to swimming training at 5 a.m. in the morning for day after day to make an enormous difference. Emma McKeon has become the greatest Commonwealth Games athlete of all time. A total of 14 gold medals, 6 won at these games. Jess Stenson triumphed in the women's marathon, but soon after embraced her teammates and fellow mums, Eloise Wellings and Sinead Diver, to share the moment with them. In the T53-54 wheelchair marathon, Maddie De Rosio triumphed again. Ariane Titmus won gold and set a games record in the 400-metre freestyle, won the treble, 200, 400 and 800. Sprinter Evan O'Hanlon claimed the Australian athletics team's 200th Commonwealth Games gold medal, winning the men's T37, T38 100-metre sprint. Our oldest team member, 63-year-old lawn bowler Cheryl Linfield, at her first Commonwealth Games won the silver medal in the para-pairs B6, B8 with partner Serena Bennell. The men's wheelchair basketball team won gold in the 3x3. Nina Kennedy cleared 4.6 metres to win gold in the women's pole vault. The women's rugby sevens team claimed their first ever Commonwealth gold medal, defeating Fiji 22-12. Paralympic swimmer Ellie Cole finished 5th in Birmingham in her very last event before retirement, a true champion. In coming days, we look forward to the Diamonds, our women cricketers, Peter Bowl in the 800-metre final, and we look forward to watching these wonderful competitors who will continue over the next 4 years, for those who will continue in sport, to be in regional Victoria when regional Victoria hosts the Games in 2026. To all involved, well done.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join the Prime Minister in congratulating our Commonwealth Games team. The most important news, of course, is that we are 20 medals ahead of England. That's a great accomplishment. I want to get it in just in case it tightens over the next few days. But 46 gold and 123 medals so far is a great credit, not just to the athletes, but to the trainers, to their family members, all of those back here and those that have been able to travel, who have sacrificed an enormous amount, from the childhood sacrifice that their parents made to turn up to training regularly, to the coaches, to all of those that have provided sponsorship. It is an incredible accomplishment, not just personally, but for those who love and surround those athletes. I want to acknowledge the top 4 Australian individual medal winners, being women, the rugby sevens win, the Australian women's cricket, netball, hockey teams, to name a few, still in the medal hunt. But it shows the strength of women's sport here in Australia. I want to say thank you very much to all of those who are glued to their TVs, providing encouragement, sending messages, incredibly important because I know that the athletes read those messages, they're encouraged by them. Amazing individual performances, Molly O'Callaghan obviously bursting onto the world stage, Emma McKeon's beautiful performance, winning her 18th Commonwealth Games medal. These are truly magnificent Australians that make us very proud. Sport is a great unifier and an incredible part of the fabric of Australian society. We celebrate their success to date and what will unfold between now and the closing of the Games.
I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that leave of absence from the determinant of this sitting until 24 October 2022 be given to the honourable member for Hawke for parental leave purposes. I say to Sam and to his family, his partner Zoe, their kids, Honey and Banji, I say good luck with the journey ahead. It is a good thing that this parliament now recognises across the parliament the rights of fathers and mothers to spend time with their newborns when they come along or when they're coming along. So I very much wish Sam and all of his family all the best, and we look forward to your returning after the 24th of October in time for the Treasurer's budget.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of the sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. I present a schedule showing the allocation to committees of annual reports of government departments and agencies. A copy of the schedule will be incorporated in Hansard. Order. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely, order. Order. If members could leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's abandonment of its promise to cut power bills by $275. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In December last year, it was a Friday after the last sitting day, the now Prime Minister and his now Minister for Climate Change and Energy had all the theatrics set in place, and they made this extraordinary announcement to the Australian people of their climate change policy if they were to win government. And that climate change policy consisted not of one, but of two targets. One target was a 43% reduction in emissions. The other target was a $275 reduction in power bills. 43,275, 43,275. In this sitting, the first sitting of the parliament, the government had the opportunity to put its policy within a bill. But not both these numbers appeared, Deputy Speaker. Not both these numbers appeared. 43,275, 43,275. Guess what, Deputy Speaker? Guess which of these weren't in there? Was it the 43 or the 275? I think we do know the 275. Gone. This represents the first broken promise of the Albanese Labor government. This is the first promise, and they didn't waste their time, all right. They made sure they broke their first promise in their first sitting of parliament. a promise that goes to the heart of every living room across Australia. Every single household is copping higher power bills. Every single household know very well they have a new government in town that went to the people making a promise of cutting power bills. And every time they open up that power bill, and every time they do from now on, they will be reminded that this Albanese Labor government made them a promise that their power bills would go down and not up. This is a broken promise. Now, what I find extraordinary, though, Deputy Speaker, is despite having broken a promise to the Australian people so blatantly, despite having the Prime Minister and the Minister in this place over the last 2 weeks confirming they have abandoned this promise to the Australian people, the Australian Labor Party's official website still claims they will deliver on that promise. Still to this day today, the Australian Labor Party are untruthfully claiming to the Australian public and to Australian businesses that they will cut their power bills. And you can look it up right now. That's what the Labor Party promises still to this day, but the Prime Minister and the Minister have refused in this place, in this chamber, to confirm that's what they're going to do. But we know, Deputy Speaker, they're going to abandon that promise. And when they made the promise in the first place, and we've heard it from the Prime Minister already in this sitting, the most comprehensive economic modelling apparently ever done by any opposition. That's their claim. The $275 was based on the most comprehensive economic modelling ever done in the history since Australian Federation of any opposition. And already they are walking away from it.
What else is going to go up?
What else is going to go up is exactly the question. I tell you what's going to go up: prices of a whole bunch of products and services throughout this country, especially energy-intensive companies, the products they deliver. If you think of the steel workers across this country and their jobs, those who make steel, think of the foundries, think of those who run bakeries, think of the butchers, think of the hairdressers. Their power bills are going up, and those opposite might laugh about those trades, but I don't laugh about those trades because they built this nation. Their power bills are going up, and the Labor Party find it funny. They find it funny. You know what? You know what's interesting, Deputy Speaker? You know what's interesting? Despite the Labor Party's official website still promoting the $275 reduction in power prices, guess what website includes the Powering Australia, which is Labor's document, the Powering Australia policy, but excludes the $275? The Minister's own department's website.
They know.
They know. They know. They know. I don't know if they've told the Minister, but they know the truth. They know the truth. This government, although it was elected with the promise of delivering a cut in power prices, has abandoned it, and the Minister's own department knows it. And that's why you do not find that $275 promise on the department's website, but the Labor Party's fine still promoting it. That's the game they play. That's what they do. But, Deputy Speaker, can we go back to this most comprehensive economic modelling ever done since Federation? You see, I almost said muddling, and it would have been an interesting pun. But the $275 also drove in that same economic model. Listen to this to the Labor guys who are trying to ignore it, because it's really important for you to know this, colleagues. $275 in that spreadsheet that was done for the modelling, that drives an assumption of 306,000 jobs. 306,000 jobs. So for those on the Labor benches that do not know their own policy, in addition to making other promises, you had promised 604,000 new jobs, 604,000 new jobs as a result of your climate change policy. 604. 306,000 of those, in other words, well over half of the jobs that you have promised through your climate change policy, is predicated on the cheap power prices that you have now abandoned. You have now abandoned. So you've abandoned the power prices, and you've more than over half cut the number of jobs you claimed that would deliver. And this is despite the Prime Minister standing here in this sitting period saying, "Oh, we stand by the modelling." You stand by the modelling, Prime Minister, but can you confirm that you will deliver on the promise of $275 cut in power prices? Couldn't answer it. Abandoned the promise. You abandoned the promise of power prices. You are abandoning the promise of jobs. They go hand in hand, based on the very modelling that the Labor Party claims is the most comprehensive in the history of our nation. Now, one of the reasons why prices are skyrocketing at the moment, and they have been since this government was elected, is the lack of gas being poured into the Australian market. The lack of gas. As soon as the minister was appointed to his role, we were very clear from the opposition, from the coalition, saying power prices are going up, you need more gas in the system. Please, Minister, call an emergency meeting of gas CEOs. Get them around the table, put pressure on them, if need be, threaten to use the gas mechanism, the gas trigger, otherwise the ADGSM, threatened to use that, and guess what he did? Absolutely nothing. Instead of calling a meeting with gas CEOs, you know who he wanted to meet with? Other politicians around the country. Great big fat lot of good that did, didn't it? A whole bunch of politicians coming in a room, states and territories, umming and ahhing. So guess what tangible activity came out of that? Nothing. Not one thing. It took 2 months until only days ago the ACCC tabled a report that said, guess what? You need to pour more gas into the market. 2 months it took until the new resource minister said, you know what? Maybe we should start threatening to use that gas trigger after all. 2 months of absolute inaction. This is why the Australian people, unfortunately, can have no confidence that the Labor government will deliver on its $275 promise, because its inaction in the domestic market will make it absolutely impossible. This is the first broken promise of the Albanese Labor government.
Minister for Defence Industry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I'll make it clear that I'll only be speaking for 7 minutes to allow 3 divisions to get done before adjournment. I just want to make that clear to the House. And Labor speakers, government speakers, will similarly be curtailed for the good operation of the House. Let me start by repeating what the Prime Minister has said repeatedly over the last few days. We stand by our policy commitments, including to make power bills cheaper through increasing renewable energy into the system. We stand by our policies. We stand by our policies. And these policies are part of our broader climate and energy policy package. And the rank hypocrisy of a political party to move this MPI, Deputy Speaker, on a day when the climate bills pass through the House of Representatives just demonstrates how irrelevant they are over there. On a historic day where every member of this chamber, except for the Liberal and National parties, was relevant, participated in a debate, made speeches, moved amendments, contributed to helping end the climate wars, those on the other side were stuck on repeat. They were stuck on Groundhog Day, stuck on perpetuating the climate wars, and in the end what those opposite did was voting against cheaper power prices. Those opposite voted against cheaper power prices through their actions today. And that's not a surprise, Deputy Speaker. That's not a surprise, Deputy Speaker, because you only have to look at their record in government. Whenever there was an opportunity to push power prices up, those opposite took it through their 22 energy policies. And I sadly don't have time all of them, we had the clean energy target, we had the emissions intensity policy that lasted for 12 hours. They had a policy that lasted for 12 hours. Josh Frydenberg got up in the morning, said, let's have an emissions intensity policy. By the afternoon, he'd abandoned it. We had Neg 1, Neg 2, Neg 3. We had UNGI and my favourite, the big stick. The big stick, that it was so effective, so effective. And what was the last act of the member for Hume when he was Energy Minister? What was the last pathetic, desperate act of the member for Hume in the last days of a tawdry, sordid 9-year-old government? It was to change the law to hide an almost 20% increase in power prices. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. Entirely characteristic of a man of that sort, Deputy Speaker. And it's not a surprise because in 2019 the member for Hume, the current Shadow Treasurer, we'll see how long he lasts. If he keeps accepting the questions his Tactics Committee give him, I don't think he's going to last too long. But in 2019 he promised that by the end of 2021 wholesale energy prices would be $70. $70. While wholesale energy prices averaged $106 by the end of 2021, guess what they were in the month of May? Were they $70? No. No. Were they even $100? Had he managed to keep them stable? No. No. They were $341 a megawatt hour, Deputy Speaker. So he managed to triple it, which is pretty good given his performance in other parts of his portfolio. And this was only one small part of his and that horrible, neglectful, decadent government's history. We saw 4 gigawatts of energy leave the system, with only 1 gigawatt coming in. We saw Snowy Hydro 2.0. We had Malcolm Turnbull's leather jacket moment, followed up by the member for Hume, who couldn't answer a question in his House on energy without referencing his relatives, who actually made a contribution. I will pay respect to his relatives who built something at Snowy Hydro, unlike the member for Hume. And we had $1 billion to support 3,800 megawatts of new power generation, where not $1 was delivered and not 1 watt was delivered. That's a great contribution. They were great at wasting money over there, but they couldn't even get the money out the door. That's how incompetent the last government was on energy policy. And now they're trying to wipe away the record. They're trying to wipe away the record. They're trying to apply a bit of Mr Sheen to their record, wipe it away with a bit of spin and polish, a bit of Mr Sheen, Deputy Speaker. But the truth is they lost the election. They lost the election. They had their heartland wiped out. They lost their blue ribbon seats because of their obsession with the climate wars, with 22 energy policies, and now they're trying to wipe it out. And now they're starting to think about their future. Now, when you've just been wiped out, when you've lost your heartland, when you want to start thinking about the future, who do you consult? Are there some young dynamos in their party room who are going to drive this? Is it maybe an energy minister about to leave Parliament? Who do you get to talk about the future for the Liberal Party? John Howard. John Howard. Oh, you love him, obviously, but if he's got the recipe for the future, you better get very used to sitting over there. So you get John Howard to chart out your future, and then you go to a safe spot. When you have trauma, you go to a safe place. That's natural. And their safe place is nuclear power, nuclear energy. Whenever they get in trouble, they grip it. And the member for Fairfax is obsessed with it. He loves it. He's obsessed with it. And what does it mean for power prices? Well, the CSIRO came out with their power price research, and they found that firmed-up renewables, $46 a megawatt hour. Firmed-up renewables, $46 a megawatt hour. Coal, $141 a megawatt hour. So if this is their grand plan, if this is their policy, if this is their vision to get relevant again, you'd think nuclear power might be cheaper than renewable energy, might be under $41. Well, it's only $326 a megawatt hour, only 7 times the cost of firmed-up renewables. That's a great effort. I seriously thought before we saw the member for Fairfax that their lowest was the member for Hume. That was the bottom of the barrel. But now the Shadow Minister for Energy is really taking the cake. So this is what this debate is at the moment. Those on the government side, we've just passed a bill that will end the climate wars. that will give investors certainty, that will allow investors to invest in the clean energy of the future, that will drive cheaper power prices, that will drive $604,000 new jobs. Those on the opposite side stand for higher power prices and policy irrelevance.
I give the call to member for Lindsay.
Thank you,
Perhaps
Madam
the member
Deputy Speaker. The Australian people deserve honesty from their Prime Minister. Before the election, the Prime Minister repeated his promise to cut electricity bills by $275 on no fewer than 15 occasions. And Labor was elected on this promise to the Australian people. It was very clear. This was the Prime Minister's commitment to Australia before the election. But what has happened since the election? I'll tell you what's happened. The lights have gone out on the Prime Minister's commitment. In fact, do members of this House know how many times the Prime Minister has repeated this commitment since the election? Zero. The Prime Minister has not mentioned it once. In fact, he seems to be more concerned about playing politics than honouring his commitment to ease the cost of living pressures for Australians. We've asked him every single day in question time, multiple times, if he is going to deliver on his commitment to the Australian people. But he's shown us very clearly that he has abandoned Australians. And much like their commitment to have a plan to tackle cost of living, to get wages moving, to back industry and to make more things in Australia, this promise to reduce power prices is no longer. So ashamed is the government of their inability to deliver for the Australian people, they now just want us to forget. Yeah, where is it? But, Deputy Speaker, families and businesses in my electorate of Lindsay aren't going to forget. Families who are dreading their next power bill aren't going to forget. Small businesses fighting rising costs aren't going to forget. ABS data shows electricity prices increased on average by 12.9% when Labor was last in government, compared just to 0.3% during the last previous coalition government. We've spent the best part of the last 2 days debating climate legislation that isn't necessary. It's simply an exercise so the Prime Minister and his government can gloat and parade around as though they've delivered meaningful results for Australians. Speaker, I know one thing for sure. A coalition between Labor and the Greens on climate change will not lower power prices. It will not see a reduction in household power bills. It will only drive up the costs as the government becomes beholden to the Greens' radical climate agenda. This broken promise by the Prime Minister, though, it shouldn't surprise us. After all, this was a Prime Minister who didn't know the cash rate, didn't know the unemployment rate, didn't know Australia's borders were open, didn't know his own NDIS policy. If he didn't know these important bits of information, how could anyone expect him to know how to honour a commitment to reduce power prices? In June, the Leader of the House told Sky News, "We stand by the modelling that was there and the impact, what it would do, particularly through transmission that allows you to get cheaper energy on the grid." I wonder if the member still stands by that statement today. But in that same week, the Prime Minister was asked by the Weekend Australian whether the power bill cut was out the window. His response was to say, "We are dealing with a circumstance which is a direct result of a failure to give businesses certainty that they needed to invest." This is a Prime Minister who always blames everyone else. Meanwhile, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy is more interested in standing at the dispatch box trialling his stand-up comedy routine than delivering power price reductions for struggling Australian families. People of Australia are not interested in this government's jokes. And it's fast becoming obvious that this government doesn't have a plan beyond empty, hollow campaign announcements. So we have a message for the Prime Minister. Government is all about making tough decisions in tough circumstances and delivering what you've promised to the Australian people. The Prime Minister said it's the job of the Prime Minister to deal with the challenges that Australia faces and not to constantly blame someone else. Well, it's time, Prime Minister. It's time that you fess up to the Australian people and take responsibility and to deliver those cuts in power prices that you promised during the election.
Give the call to member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is the first chance I have had that wasn't a 90-seconder to congratulate you on taking this position and on your performance in our first 2 weeks. Well, what a missed opportunity this MPI is on a day where something historic has happened, where this parliament has come together and said, you know what, we do give a stuff about the future. We do care about what we leave for our kids and our grandkids. We've got an MPI that has no substance whatsoever, and I'm going to work through a couple of the elements of it. I'm disappointed in the member for Lindsay, someone who I know values the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, that she would say that we've spent this week debating legislation that isn't necessary. Well, people who live in the electorate of Macquarie, the neighbouring electorate, and those who live on the extended part of the river, we share rivers, the member for Lindsay and I, they think this legislation is necessary because it actually has the potential to change the future of our region in a positive way. And rather than talking about claims that there are broken promises, and I'll come to that because there are definitely no broken promises, what I think we could have used this about is to stop arguing about whether or not we need action on climate change, and let's have an adult debate about the way forward. Let's talk about the different options that we now have with our commitment to a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030 and look at how we get there. I know I should not have expected an adult debate from those on the other side. We've never seen one in the 6 years I've been here, and clearly nothing is going to change, even though they're now on the other side. So I mourn the missed opportunity. What I'm not going to do, which I'm in awe of the Minister for International Development and Pacific. He can remember more of those opposites' energy policies than I possibly can. But we have an absolute conviction in our commitment to make power bills cheaper. And I'm just going to give you a really simple lesson. The more energy at a cheaper price we get into the grid, which we will rewire so it actually can get from where it's generated to where it needs to go, the more we do that, the more cheaper energy coming in, that is going to be the thing that is really gold for energy prices, for manufacturers who need reliable energy at a cheaper price, for households, for small businesses. It's really simple maths, and I'm disappointed, given the intellectual firepower opposite me, that you haven't been able to, those opposite have not been able to do the maths and work it out. But it's not going to happen in 9 weeks, and let's be clear about that. So I'm very pleased to say, watch this space. We will keep our commitments because we know that renewable energy is going to be better for our entire economy.
Give the call to member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. For 3 years, the effects of the COVID pandemic has changed our lives, challenged our livelihoods and taken us to an unspeakable toll on all our loved ones and families. Today, we still live through these challenging times. They're far from over, and what most Australians continue to feel is pain. The challenges are that they haven't simply snuck up on us. They haven't jumped out in the dark overnight. Hopefully, one thing that all politicians can agree on in this nation, in this place, is that we continue to face significant obstacles preventing us from resuming our treasured way of life. In the lead-up to the May election, it was very clear to me that the most significant challenge in my electorate would be felt very long after the election was over, and that was, of course, the cost of living. Without a doubt, the cost of living for families and businesses was the #1 grassroots issue that is talked about, and that's what electors ring me every day in order to discuss. It's what they talk about in normal conversation. It's what they talk about in the crib rooms right across the electorate of Braddon. And I'm very sure in that way that Braddon's very similar to other rural and regional electorates right across the nation. Whoever won government during that election knew that managing the impact and the rising cost of living was their major and immediate challenge. And, Deputy Speaker, when I search into any search engine, the Albanese government's address issues and answers to the cost of living in this crisis, all I get is a lot of data prior to the election. But since the election, it's radio silence. Since the election, very little. Alarmingly, if I search the government's pledge to cut power bills by $275, which would be a normal thing to search for, it seems that all indications are that the government is now backtracking, crab-walking away from this important responsibility. Instead, the measurable promise of cutting power bills by $275 by 2025 seems to be replaced by a general statement that the government has a policy of doing what they can to assist the cost of living pressures. What they can. Deputy Speaker, I come from an electorate of real people, practical people, small business owners, sole traders, partnerships, people that work hard every day. They get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to milk the cows. They work all night to get the crops in ahead of the rain. They've taken the risk, they've borrowed the money, they've employed people every day in their business. These are the people that don't discuss about where the next wind farm's going. They don't discuss about what pronoun they're going to use today. Today they're talking about how they're going to pay their power bill that's increasing, how they're going to find that extra money, what they're going to cut out of the power out of the grocery bill in order to meet the rising cost of living, the rising interest rate, how they're going to put clothes on the backs of those kids as they go into their winter uniform, how that little boy's going to get his new shoes so that he can go to school. These are the questions that burn in the minds of my electorate. These are the questions that they raise with me every day. The other thing that they obviously, when they do raise these questions, is they expect a response back. They've learnt that over the term that I've been their representative. And when I give them an undertaking of getting back to them, that's exactly what I do, Deputy Speaker. I get back to them. I'm as good as my word. And I put it to this government that you need to do the same and take a leaf out of that book. And if you promise the Australian people a reduction of $275 off their power bill, then that is exactly what you should do. Or explain why you're not going to do it, rather than crab walk and then back away into a tiny corner. Otherwise, rather than being full of policy, electorates like mine will call that government something else. They will assume that you are full of empty promises. Empty promises. Deputy Speaker, the creation of 604,000 jobs, with 5 out of 6 new jobs created in the regions, is a mammoth task, and we wait and see whether this is just going to be just yet another empty promise that will be just continue to fail.
Wrap him up. Mate, that was about as lively.
I gave you the call, Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I guess we could forgive members of the opposition. It's a Thursday afternoon. I guess we could forgive them for being simplistic creatures and getting hung up on this one little detail of what is a very comprehensive plan, because they are a group of politicians. They are a group of politicians who don't realise that a comprehensive plan lasts for more than 10 weeks, lasts for more than 2 days. Because if they were worth their salt and actually read the plan that Labor took to the last election, that we're now implementing the Powering Australia plan, how we get to the money that Australians will get back on their power bills is by implementing the plan. We need to rewire the nation. We need to build more renewable energy. We need to build community batteries. We need to work with local, state and ourselves and industry. We need to work with all the community and business stakeholders that have come on board to back our plan to get our energy grid. We need to transition it to a grid that actually helps people power themselves. We are coming from a place of neglect, where the previous government did nothing. In fact, actually did worse than nothing. Environmental vandalism is what they did, the way in which they destroyed our energy security in this country. So I guess we should be, a little bit forgiving of the fact that they are stuck on one sentence. Now, Australians, I can tell you, have a lot more faith in their government. They know it's going to take a lot of work to rebuild our grid. The previous government failed to do things like build the interconnector in Kerrang in regional Victoria, which will allow all those renewable solar energy projects around Mildura, around the northwest, be built. Investment waiting to happen that didn't happen because of the previous government's complete inaction. Instead, they're talking about the never-never of nuclear power. Instead, they were talking about funding, building coal-fired power stations. That's how out of date the previous government were. We know, the Australian people know, through the action we've already taken, through the work we've already started, by building renewable energy projects that are in the pipeline, by rewiring the grid, energy bills will be cheaper. They will be cheaper, and Australians will celebrate that day. But we're in a dark place right now because of the inability of the previous government to do anything. And at the end of the day, maybe it's because they are really upset about the results of the last election, but it has been 10 weeks, and they should know, because in 10 years they failed to do anything. It actually takes more than 10 weeks to build an interconnector in Kerrang. It takes more than 10 weeks to reverse the damage of a decade. That is the reality of where we're at. We will have cheaper bills. We will. And maybe they've just played this hand a little bit too soon because it's only been 10 weeks since the election.
I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about a matter of public importance, the rising cost of living and Labor's scuttling of its own promise to cut power bills by $275. During the election campaign, Mr Albanese visited my electorate of Dawson in January this year, where he told local media outlets that Labor's emissions plan would see, and I quote, a reduction in power bills of average of $275 by 2025. Labor says it was elected on a promise to create jobs, cut power bills and reduce emissions. Now, we all know what has happened to the second part of that promise. The commitment to cut power bills is dead in the water. There is a gaping hole in the climate change bill, no mention of power prices. The Prime Minister has sat on the commitment he made in my Mackay electorate in January for 6 months, knowing that he could not keep it. But Deputy Speaker, it gets worse. Labor made this commitment to the electricity consumers 15 times before election day. The Prime Minister finally confirmed he could not keep his promise in his first question time, making it clear to all Australians that this government cannot be trusted. The Albanese government is more committed to playing politics than easing the cost of living pressures on Australians. It just goes downhill from there, Deputy Speaker. The concessions this government has made to the Greens will be ruinous for the economy at the time of rising inflation, rising interest rates and rising living costs. Labor's restrictions on the Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility, Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia will make it hard, if not impossible, for these agencies to recommend or provide finance and insurance projects in the energy, resources and agricultural sectors. This is on top of the government's decision to backpedal on its ill-advised move to scrap the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, because you know that the decision is wrong. Deputy Speaker, the resources that come out of the north are the lifeblood of the Australian economy. How is this government going to fund the roads and infrastructure if it keeps squeezing the life out of the north and denying its funding for energy, resource and agriculture products that are so vital for our export earnings? Deputy Speaker, this will also deny finance to provide important regional infrastructure projects. Upgrades to freight corridors, ports and gas pipelines will have to go begging because they won't be able to get finance. The Prime Minister promised he would not ban coal and gas projects. But that is exactly what he's doing by denying them finance. A ban by stealth is still a ban. The Prime Minister is selling out Australians in regional areas like my electorate of Dawson. Investment and jobs will simply disappear. We've already seen power prices in the national electricity market more than double, and in some cases triple, compared to the same time last year. On top of that, Deputy Speaker, we have a Treasurer that admits life is going to get harder and more expensive, but Australians will just have to grin and bear it. And if Australians think the cost of living is high now, wait until we have the government that cannot afford to pay its bills because it is cutting off the flow of money from the north. And when it runs out, Labor will just go back to its old, tired playbook, raising taxes. The old taxes. Unlike the Coalition, this government has no plan to address rising cost of living pressures for the 3.5 million families that have a mortgage. Our record speaks for itself. Emissions have fallen by more than 20% since 2005, while our economy grew by 45%. We beat our Kyoto target by 459 million tonnes. We set a credible plan to achieve—
Expired. Just before I give you the call, I'm just going to remind everyone, as much as I love a robust MPI on the last sitting day of the last fortnight, dial it down. I'm giving the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I've got limited time, so I'll just summarise a bit. And I know you're new to the chamber, but you have joined the biggest bunch of incompetence that couldn't land an energy policy after 22 tries at it. You aren't responsible for the $1 trillion of debt or the failure to establish an energy plan of any shape or form, but you've joined the mob that have, so try and get them on board, because the future of the North that we're a part of is pretty vital. The renewable energy future is really important for the North. So, and I wasn't going to mention this because I've got limited time, but those opposite Deputy Speaker deceived the Australian people prior to the election, and I think that is absolutely unforgivable. But we on this side, the Australian government, because the Australian people knew that we were serious about action on climate change and about the position of renewables in our energy mix into the future. It made us the Government of Australia. But I want to do a little bit what the previous speaker did and talk a little bit about Northern Australia. A different slant, not a more positive one, but I want to reflect on how important today was, passing of our legislation for my constituents, with the Northern Territory being one of the hottest parts of Australia, Darwin certainly the hottest city, and we know how brutal the build-up can be, the heat and humidity, and we'll cop it. Climate change is critical everywhere, but an increase in temperature for us and many that live across Northern Australia will feel it acutely. And I'm committed to doing my part as part of our great government to make sure that we are able to adapt for climate change. We maximise renewables in our system, and this government's going to get on with it. And we've committed to 43% reduction by 2030, and we've committed to be carbon neutral by 2050. We can't have an increase or a continuance of the ideology we've had from those opposite. It's just not going to get us anywhere. So, get with the program. You're not on the wrong side. You are on the wrong side of history. But I just want to give those opposite a bit of an idea. And I've been to Queensland recently and visited Barcaldine. And in Barcaldine, the home of the Labor Party, where it all started, there's the Barcaldine Renewable Energy Zone, BREZ. I recommend you go and have a look at it. But as the Prime Minister said this week, up in the Territory we've got Sun Cable, which is going to be the biggest solar farm in the world. That's an exciting future to get behind. Get up and have a look. And thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give the call to member for Groom.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge your request. So here's the last MPI of the day, and I will try and dial it down. But look, the news is with me a little bit here because I've heard the most honest thing I've ever heard from Labor in my 2 weeks here. It's been fantastic. Don't worry about the cost. Don't worry about the cost. It's just a little itsy-bitsy thing. Don't worry about it. Put it over here. Forget about it. Don't worry about the costs. You don't need to think about it. Oh, my goodness, that's fantastic. I couldn't have done that better. I'll grab that clip later on and beam it into Groom. Fantastic. We've heard lots of great words from Labor. Thank you very much for your wonderful contributions. There's a couple of words you didn't say. $275. $275. I'll get to that. I'll get to that number. That's a good number too. $275. You can't say it. No one could say it. It's amazing. All this opportunity to talk about this MPI. This very MPI, and you can't say the words $275. It's a great word. Try it out. It's fantastic. $275. It's poetic. It rolls out of you. It's magnificent. It's an absolutely magnificent couple of words. They come together. They're wonderful. But the other one. Now, this is fantastic too, because I hear this often, and let's address it. $1 trillion worth of debt, every dollar of which you agreed to. You damn did, and absolutely you did, and it would have been more debt. It would have been more if we'd followed all of your policy suggestions. So let's just go down this path. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, look, we're a very short time into this term of government, and already this government's hit the fork in the road. Do we do what we say we would do, or do we walk away from our commitments? Now, we saw the government today in question time give a wonderful Dorothy Dixer about how good they were. It was the best question we've ever seen. How good are Labor? And it was fantastic, absolutely wonderful. But here we are already. We're about to go home on Thursday. We're about to go home. Labor have already left this promise behind. They've already walked away from this. It's already gone. Now, Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge the need for balance in the conversation on energy. That little issue of cost is important. It's an important thing. And look, let's be fair. Let's be fair. Labor dabbled in balance. They dabbled. They thought about it. They had a little modest dabble, a dabblette maybe. I don't know. They thought they'd have a go at this, and they said, "Yep, absolutely. We've got this target, and we're going to reduce emissions. We're going to reduce your energy bills by this much." And look, it was a good start. It really was a good start until they got elected. And it reminds me of that Seinfeld episode, the one where he gets a hire car. You took the reservation, you didn't hold the reservation. And guys, look, I've got to be honest, you made the commitment, and that was awesome. It was great. You made the commitment, but you've got to hold the commitment. You've got to hold it. That's the important part. That's what we're looking for. George is laughing himself in the background over here. It's absolutely fantastic. But look, this $275, it is no laughing matter. It's been raised before. Today I had a text from a constituent telling me about her text from her landlord. Rent's going up $50 a week. That's in Centenary Heights. That's the real cost of living pressures that we're experiencing across the country. And this is what's on people's mind, Deputy Speaker. This is what's on people's mind. Cost of living pressures are there. They're real. We're feeling it across the country. And whilst this is happening, in the light of this, this is the moment that Labor choose to flip-flop, to walk away completely from their commitment. The $275, again, beautiful couple of words, absolutely fantastic, to walk away from it. They said, vote for us and we'll do this. Then they got elected, and now, absolutely, I'll take the extension. I'll take the extension. But now they're at the part where they're saying, yeah, nah, look, we're going to walk away from that. That's not what we're about. It's been so clear. This is the best example. Actually, you know what? Maybe this isn't the best example of a flip-flop we'll get from this government. Maybe they've got ambitions to sort of go higher. Maybe we'll see better flip-flops. But this is a pretty good one, because to do this straight off the bat, to come in and do this right up the top of the order is absolutely fantastic. It sets the scene. It sets the scene. We've talked about a kinder, gentler parliament that we'll see here. We've talked about that, and that's good talk. That's good talk. But what are we seeing? Judge Labor, not by what they say, but by what they do. This is a government that straight off the bat flip-flops, walks away from its commitments. That is what this government is setting the scene for. It's a fantastic standard.
I give the call to the member for Corangamite. I've given you the call.
The Albanese government has been in power for less than 3 months, and we haven't wasted one day, Deputy Speaker, to act on climate change and honour our commitment to the people of Australia. The government stands by its commitment to make power bills cheaper, because we have a plan to make it happen. But Rome wasn't built in a day. We have to first deal with the 10 years of the Coalition's inaction on climate change, a decade of chaos and failed policies. But today we began the march to change. Today in the chamber we passed the first real climate change bill in many, many years. It's the first step to implementing the Albanese government's mandate to take real and meaningful action to address climate change right now. Now, the facts are clear. Cleaner energy is cheaper energy, and everyone knows that, except perhaps those sitting opposite. The CSIRO and the Australia Energy Market Operators Gen Cost report recently released confirms wind and solar are the cheapest source of electricity generation and storage in Australia. The Albanese government knows that solar and wind are cheaper. We also know that our Powering Australia policy will see renewable energy rise to make up 82% of national energy market by 2030. Powering Australia will deliver 604,000 jobs across our nation. The government also is investing $20 billion in upgrading the electricity grid to allow more renewables into the system to bring costs down. Australia has the highest uptake in the world of home solar, but just 1 in 60 households has battery storage because of the upfront costs. Up to 100,000 Australian households will benefit from those 400 community batteries, including one in Corangamite in my electorate and across the nation. Community batteries offer greater economies of scale than household batteries, with lower capital, installation and maintenance costs. These are just some of the mechanisms the Albanese government will use to bring down energy costs. But unlike the previous government, we ensure that the Australian consumer will always come first. The Albanese government supports work to prevent anti-competitive behaviour in the market, being undertaken by the Australian Energy Regulator, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and the Australian Energy Market Operator. By contrast, under the previous government, we've had 9 years of wasted opportunities, denial and delay, 9 years of stop-start energy policies with 22 energy policies abandoned, 9 years of hearing from some of those opposite that climate change isn't even real. We saw a government attempt to abolish and then water down the renewable energy target. The previous government constantly undermined both the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. They demonised renewable energy and disparaged large-scale battery storage as being as effective as the big prawn. Who can forget when the previous Prime Minister said electric vehicles would end the weekend? We saw the previous government dragged, kicking and screaming, to net zero by 2050. We even know that the previous government changed the law to hide recent energy price increases of up to 19% from the Australian public before the last election. By contrast, Australia now has a government with the right policies to put downward pressure on energy prices, to make energy bills cheaper and to honour its commitment to all Australians.
Thank you. And there being no further speakers, that debate has concluded. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members of certain committees.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Thank you.
Discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and that in his place Ms Chesters be appointed a member of the committee, and Mr Chester be discharged from the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, and that in his place Mr Pitt be appointed a member of the committee.
Thank you. I will put that question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And call on the clerk? No, I can just go straight to the following message. Has been received from the Senate. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation to make miscellaneous and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question that these amendments be considered immediately. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This is to consider it immediately. Yep, we're all good. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Minister.
Thanks. I move that the amendments be agreed to. Minister, this bill has come back to us. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. This bill has come back to us from the Senate, and I don't intend to delay the House any longer than I absolutely need to. It is urgent that the matter be dealt with this afternoon and before the House gets up, because there are provisions within this bill that relate to tax relief for persons who received grants from the government after the tropical cyclone Saroa. And if this bill doesn't pass through the House, they'll incur a tax liability that nobody on this side of the House wants to occur. The bill comes back to us in substantially the same form as it came to the House. It was presented to the House by the government with one amendment, which I'll explain to members of the House now. It removes a long-standing exemption in our laws, our corporations laws, which have existed since 1995, that exempt certain large private companies that existed prior to 1995 from public disclosure of an audited annual report to the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, and the provision of tax data to the Australian Tax Office, which could then be made public. Deputy Speaker, during question time, a number of questions were asked of the Prime Minister and the government which went to the importance of transparency in corporate affairs. I'd expect, given the tenor of those questions, that members of the coalition will rise and support the government in removing these exemptions from corporations and taxation law. They go to the heart of transparency. They ensure that all private companies, all large private companies, are treated in exactly the same way. They must present to the Australian Securities and Investment Commission an audited copy of an annual report, and they must provide certain information to the Tax Commissioner, which would be treated in the same way as any other private company's tax information. These are simple, straightforward amendments. They weren't in the government's original bill, but they are word for word a reflection of amendments that Labor moved in opposition on numerous occasions. I want to pay tribute to the work of the member for Fenner, the now
Assistant Minister to the Treasurer for the tireless work that he has put into ensuring that these issues were a part of public consciousness and public debate here, and of course former Senator Rex Patrick, who moved them numerous times through the course of the last parliament. I commend the bill and the amendments to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And while the opposition voted for the bill at second reading, and we strongly support getting on with the bill, we don't support it in its amended form. The amendments moved by the Senate, in the Senate by the Greens, which were not part of the original bill, let's be very clear, accepted by the government, however, do increase red tape and compliance burden in the economy and for private companies. These are not public companies, they're private companies. It removes the regulatory certainty that's been there. This is something that those opposite ask for all the time, for a limited class of companies, and it constrains the ability for ASIC to make instruments to implement its regulatory decisions. The other effect of this amendment is to increase red tape on Australian-owned companies over their foreign-owned competitors, and this will mean Australian companies are put in a position where they are less competitive than their foreign competitors at a time when we need Australian companies being as competitive as they possibly can in a brutal international and global environment. Many of these businesses just know how difficult it is to compete globally and win, and that's what we want Australian companies to do, because that creates jobs, drives investment, drives opportunity, and of course that's the key to Australians realising their aspirations. Australian world beaters out there on the world stage, not being imposed, having red tape imposed on them, compliance imposed on them that is absolutely unnecessary. So the opposition supports reducing red tape and compliance. That's something we believe in very, very strongly for Australian companies. We want a prosperous, productive economy that can help Australian households, Australian families and Australian businesses to realise their aspirations. And for these reasons, we oppose the bill as amended.
I thank the Shadow Minister. There are no further speakers. I'll put to the question that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Next item of business. Nobody has called for one. Well, I want two voices if you want a division. I've heard one. Okay. Well, then speak up. In that case, the House will divide and ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Sorry, I thought a couple of minutes. Thank you. You're always
Doesn't your jacket fit you anymore?
No, I just didn't wear one. I thought it should.
You pop a button.
You didn't even remind me
How does he live? You run.
It's starting to head for home.
Order. Block the doors. Block the doors. The question is that the question is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes for the noes. Order. There will be silence during the division.
Do you have a really big family-sized box of chips? You've got to speak
Order. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 55. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. It being 4:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Fletch. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it continues to be a concerning development of the Labor Party walking away from a commitment that they made in the election to my constituents of Sturt, to all the people of Australia, committing to reducing electricity prices by $275 a year. In question time, when this was repeatedly asked of the Prime Minister and other ministers, none of them committed to stand by that figure, but many of them suggested that we look at the policy they took to the election, Powering Australia, and I thought I'd take the opportunity to reread it and have a look at some of the things they claimed in that. It reminded me of some of the peculiar elements within that policy and how they suggest that they are going to achieve this $275 reduction. One in particular is this rewiring of the Nation Fund that they're creating, a $20 billion fund, according to the fairly scant detail in their policy document, that they say is going to contribute towards reducing electricity prices for Australian consumers. And I really do struggle to understand how that is at all possible. Let's think about the fundamentals of how transmission works in the national electricity market, which Paul Keating established, that, let's not forget, in the early 1990s. And when that market was established, we moved to a situation where consumers met the cost of every component of electricity. So instead of the previous situations where state and territory governments would build generation, transmission, distribution, etc., and then they would charge households, and at times political considerations would be taken into account there, and perhaps the correct market rate wasn't charged because, for a political reason, a government didn't want to necessarily appropriately pass on electricity costs. Keating established the national energy market, and that included, on the generation side, having a market, and on the transmission side, where you can't, of course, have a market, you have to have a regulated asset, because you can't have different transmission companies competing with each other to transfer electrons from one point to the other. You've got to have a monopoly market, because you could never seriously replicate those assets that are only needed to have one unit of. So therefore you have a regulated asset base, and the regulated asset base means that that is independently valued in my home state. SCOSA, the Essential Services Committee of South Australia, determine what the return should be on the value of an asset which is in a monopoly market, like transmission assets are. And owners of those assets need to achieve a fair rate of return. So they might say, hey, if your asset is worth this amount of money, this is the return that you should get on that, and you also get a reasonable cost that you can charge for your transmission. In the case of transmission, as we're discussing here, you can add that in there, and that is passed on together through that determination to the consumer, that is the electricity consumer. So the simple reality is that if Labor are proposing to increase the value by putting another $20 billion of transmission into the total transmission network, then the charge for transmission will have to increase to the consumer. That's just a mathematical reality that is impossible to refute. They are talking, in fact, of this unleashing $70-odd billion of additional transmission, which, again, that is putting $70 billion of extra recoverable charges into the marketplace through transmission charges. Now, Danny Price, who's from Frontier Economics, who's a very highly respected energy economist by the Labor Party, someone the South Australian Labor government use regularly to undertake modelling and analysis of some of their policies, made this point very simply in April when the policy was being debated during the election campaign. It is simply impossible that if you're putting $20 billion worth of additional transmission assets into the system, that is not going to increase the transmission charges to consumers by whatever the determined return on that asset is by the independent regulator. It's impossible for anything but that to occur. Now, this is one of the many significant flaws in Labor's policy, and it's why we will not see them stand by that $275 figure and say it from the Prime Minister or ministers in this place. But I tell you what, when you go to an election and you tell the Australian people that you're going to do something and that turns out to be a lie, and instead of them having their power bills go down by $275, what is very likely is at worst that they are increasing, then the Australian people will mete out a very tough punishment on the Labor Party for that lie.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I've spoken in this parliament a number of times about the concept of a wellbeing budget and why governments delivering wellbeing budgets is a progressive step in measuring not just GDP and economic growth, but in measuring what matters. Some of this comes from a quote that I've used before from Senator Robert F. Kennedy way back in 1968, that, and I quote, "The gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile." And if we as parliamentarians are going to be part of trying to bring in policies that make life worthwhile, then we need to be able to judge, to measure whether in fact that's what's occurring. It's why I am so pleased that Treasurer Chalmers has announced that his first budget, coming up in October, will include a new wellbeing statement. It will be aimed at measuring how Australians, how we all are faring in our daily lives so that we can better inform policy development and pursue growth, but pursue the right sort of growth, pursue economic growth that takes everyone with it, economic growth that reduces inequality, doesn't expand it. And as the Treasurer has said, Australians should judge policies against agreed markers of progress that begins with measuring what matters, not instead of traditional economic indicators, but in addition to. GDP, important to measure, but measure what matters to people's daily lives, the impact of that GDP growth or otherwise as well. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing the Treasurer particularly deliver Budget Statement 4, which is going to be dedicated to a broad-ranging discussion of our options, drawing on best practice from around the world as the basis of our engagement and further development. We used to be world leaders in Australia at measuring indicators of well-being, but we aren't anymore, and we've been overtaken by New Zealand, many of the countries in the OECD, France. The UN has the Sustainable Development Goals. It is an important and worthy activity to engage in, to say we are going to look at what matters: mental health, child poverty, inequalities faced by our First Nations people, how the reforms and innovations of a digital age can be spread more evenly across regions and cities, people from advantaged backgrounds, people from disadvantaged backgrounds, how we are going in transitioning to a low-carbon economy, how our environment is faring. We talk about the importance of all of these things in a policy sense, but we don't do enough at the moment to hold ourselves to targets and measure our process in a transparent way and a way that this parliament can be involved in. So I want to congratulate the Treasurer for moving us in that direction, and he knows this, but just remind him how interested I am in being part of that development. I was going to talk about local sporting champions, but I've used up almost all of my time, so thank you, Speaker. See you next time Parliament sits.
I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak about how the deteriorating health of Australia's environment, due to pressure of climate change, habitat loss, invasive species and pollution, is impacting my electorate of North Sydney. The North Sydney area has always been seen as the green belt around the CBD and Sydney Harbour, but the grim reality is that our green spaces are shrinking, not only across my electorate, but right across the state. The State of the Environment report, published in 2021 but only released by the new Environment Minister last month, was a shocking read. It provided a long list of animal and plant species in decline, habitat destruction and clearing, introduced species thriving, diseases and invasive pests wreaking havoc on our land. The report is clear. Our climate is changing. We're experiencing more extreme high temperatures, more bushfires, more intense rain events. Sea temperatures are also continue to rise, and each of these factors in turn affects the livability of our cities. Adding to the changing climate, most major Australian cities are growing at a faster rate than other developed cities, and this is driving increased urban heat, congestion, pollution and waste, with each in turn impacting our urban areas and the biodiversity, green and blue spaces alike. A tree canopy cover of at least 30% in a neighbourhood is needed to provide benefits such as urban cooling and resilience to heat waves. And yet, more than half of Sydney's councils have lost urban forest cover since 2013. The resilience and sustainability of the places we live in are being challenged. To effectively respond to these challenges, it will be critical for all three levels of government to collaborate and take a holistic, nationwide approach to developing resilient frameworks that not only sustain our cities but regenerate them. In my electorate of North Sydney, there are three major infrastructure projects for which we are not seeing effective, modern, resilient planning responses. They are the upgrade to the Warringah Freeway, the Western Harbour Tunnel and the Beaches Link. We must not just take these projects individually, but rather look at these projects together and understand their cumulative impacts. The North Sydney community has been largely ignored in a rushed consultation process, and our residents are going to lose out. From the outset, these projects have been yet another example of short-term thinking, using infrastructure approaches from the 1960s to plan for tomorrow. Frustratingly, North Sydney will pay the price, with more traffic congestion on our street, more air pollution around our schools, a loss of more than 3,500 trees, mangroves and seagrasses, and the loss of 15,000 square metres of green space from our parks and reserves like Camaray Park and Flat Rock Gully. The Warringah Freeway upgrade is already underway, but on behalf of my community, I call for the two tunnel projects to be suspended until the community can be sure that all viable alternatives have been explored and the potential impacts of these projects as they currently exist are mitigated. We know we need solutions. We just wonder whether we found the right ones. To this point, I wish to thank those in this space, specifically Minister Gallagher and Minister King and their teams, for confirming that there is currently no federal funding allocated for the Western Harbour Tunnel. The absence of such funding, I would suggest, further challenges the very basis of the project. There are also a myriad of local developments which constituents have raised with me, which will also have a negative impact on our green canopy and our natural and cultural heritage. For example, my community is opposed to Transport for New South Wales' proposed linear cycle ramp on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The ramp would have a serious and deleterious effect on the national heritage value of the bridge and its curtilages, as well as the trees and green spaces in Bradfield Park North. There is an alternative solution supported by North Sydney Council, the community and many organisations, if only the levels of government involved would listen to the community. Plans are infinitely adaptable where political and community will align. It is time we start approaching major infrastructure projects like these differently, with transparency, true community consultation, sustainability and integrity at the heart of them. These are the remedies that North Sydney is seeking, and I look forward to seeing the response from the government, the environment and this parliament. We must and we can do better for our environment.
Order. The question is that the House to adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm going to use this opportunity to thank the many members of my campaign team and volunteers who enabled history to be made in Higgins. It is an honour and privilege to be standing here in this House as the first Labor member for Higgins. It's been a phenomenal whirlwind of 75 days, and I wanted to take this opportunity to really stop and reflect on the people and the supporters who helped get me here. I want to thank my campaign committee who helped organise various events and supported my campaign from the very beginning to the very end, out on the pre-poll with me on the streets of Higgins. Some of the members of my campaign committee are Mark Warburton, Mark Giles, Carla Barato, Serena Greco, David Wright, Angus Reynolds, Angus Stiles, Jasmine Salas, Tom Ingham, John Stowell, Christopher Wiseman, Stephen Blacker, Craig Irvine and Madeline Saunders. I would also like to thank my field team who were out on the doors and the phones and with me as we spread the message of hope and listened to people of Higgins out every day, rain, hail or shine. We knocked on thousands and thousands of doors and called on just as many people. Among my field team that I would like to recognise and thank are Tara Kaneen, Alex Mansell, Ben Cheney, Oscar Dobson, Bettina Prescott, Danielle Evans, Samuel Heckworth, Eva Scopoletti, Nicholas Geisler, Joshua Strauss and Sean Hanna. As always, I am not here without the support of the Victorian Labor members and some of my colleagues and candidates for the next election. Among these include Matt Freegan, Steve Demopoulos, Nina Taylor and Wessa Chow. I thank you for sharing this journey with me. I think everyone can agree that those that volunteer their time to the cause, any cause, are truly valuable, and I thank all the volunteers for their constant support. Without them, we wouldn't have made history. Among the volunteers I would like to thank include Peter Wenborn, Gerald Sable, Robin Saltmarsh, Linda Sim, Edwina Kay, Jackson Stiles, Rodney Charles, Ian Radnell, Vicky Bruce, Harsha Gunaratna, Mantika and Peyton Claxton, Josh Cow, Lewis Desmond, Ken Penaluna, James Spencer, Oscar Beadle, Greg Neal, Lucy Benbow, Katrina Watson, Anne Gallatley, Richard Baumeister, Doug Simmons, Anthony McDonnell, Deborah Chemke, Julie Leggetti, Lavan Rubin and Peter Kreisner. Thank you all who contributed to my campaign. This is not everyone, and I'm sure I've left someone off the list, and I do apologise if I cause offence. I know that I am truly grateful to be here as your member for Higgins, and I do hope to do you all proud. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member. I give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Saving the best till last, but anyhow, almost last. I wish to alert the House and the nation to the nature of our electricity system and the alarming nature of the growing problems it has, particularly with the transmission and distribution system, which is colloquially known as the grid. We had built in this country a series of world-class grids built by state governments around the country. On the East Coast, they've all been joined up by interconnectors and operate in a so-called market, which is actually more like a racket, but a series of rules and regulations to favour variable renewable energy at the cost of a cheap, available, universally almost, and cheap electricity. Increasing amounts of variable renewable energy, which by its very nature is not generated in a synchronous AC manner, is creating huge problems for the grid and could, if we keep going hell for leather on introducing more and more variable renewable energy, with this consequent loss of system inertia, which is a very important physical capability, we will destroy our grid. Now, all grids around the world operate on AC current and are running at, depending on where you are in the grid, either in the high transmission or the local distribution network, at certain voltages and frequency. 50 hertz is a magic number, and it has to work at that frequency. And with variable sources of energy, it's converted, if it's coming from photovoltaics, from direct current into alternating current, and there is no inertia with that. So the whole premise of our transition to the brave new world is actually full of a lot of major, serious electrical physics problems. We will have increasing instability in our grid, even though on paper the numbers theoretically add up. But that is because people confuse, and I fear there's a lot of bankers and bodies who've invested in this. They equate the nameplate capacity of a variable renewable setup, whether it's a wind farm, a solar farm or someone's rooftop, with the actual energy delivered. What is installed capacity is not what is delivered. It depends on how much of it is available over time. And for solar energy, on average, even in Australia, it's about 22% of the time. In wind, offshore wind is probably better, closer to 35, onshore wind about 30. That's on average. But there are huge periods of our calendar year where those figures are actually 4%. And that's why, on average, some days, beautiful, sunny, perfectly windy days, it might be 50, 60%. Some days you can actually have a sweet spot and the whole bang lot in a little state like South Australia that only needs about 1,900 megawatts. They can boast, oh wow, we're 100% renewable. Yeah, but electricity systems run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, I might mention the costs. The member for Sturt mentioned it. The whole premise of the integrated system plan that AEMO has released relies on huge, vast overbuilds of grids going everywhere, as well as huge investment in grid-style batteries and everyone else getting batteries. But already we are seeing the voltage in the system. It's not advertised, but instead of our traditional 240-volt system, it's often running on 220 volts. And imminently, if we keep going at this rate, we will have major city blackouts like South Australia did. The International Energy Agency has documented this. I'm not making this up. They have an integrated system plan. And they said once you get above 10% variables, you will run into problems. They say it's almost impossible to maintain it regularly once you're above 30%. So we've got condensers, non-generating condensers, big, huge bits of kit that are trying to mimic the effect of electrical generators coming from traditional baseload plants. This story that variable renewable energy is the cheapest, as a standalone entity, yes, but the whole system doesn't just come from a standalone. It comes via a grid, and grid costs are going through the roof, stability is going down, and we are headed for a major calamity.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it's been a fantastic week this week. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese earlier discussed the fact that at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games we've so far tallied 123 medals, 46 of which are gold. Well, in my seat as Spence, I'm very proud to discuss and speak about 5 very key star athletes that we have. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Chris Flavell, who has won a silver medal in the B6, B8 pairs in the lawn bowls, a fantastic result for him and his partner. We also have Lauren Mansfield, who's won a bronze medal as part of the 3x3 basketball, women's basketball team. And finally, this morning, Callum Peters won his quarter-final bout in the middleweight section. He's a 19-year-old boxer. He's the youngest boxer within the Australian boxing team, and I wish him all the best in his upcoming semi-final. Further, I'd like to mention and wish best of luck to Miles Scottson, who will be competing in the men's cycling road race this weekend on Sunday, and Amanda Jade Wellington in her role with the women's T20 cricket team, who are set to play within the next 5 days. Spence is proud, the northern suburbs are proud, and South Australia, along with the rest of the country, are proud of all of your efforts in these games. To your families and friends, well done, and congratulations on supporting your sports stars throughout their journey in the Commonwealth Games. Mr Speaker, I'd also like to congratulate two outstanding young junior sports stars in my electorate of Spence. Young Evan Barrett is a striker playing for the Gawler Hockey Club and has just been recently selected to play for South Australia in the 12 years and under age group at the School Sports Australia Championship later this month here in Canberra. Mr Speaker, the final star I'd like to speak about is 14-year-old Daniel Wilmot. He is set to take on the world later this year in November as part of the Junior Darts Corporation, or JDC, World Darts Championship to be held in Gibraltar. I wish you all the best in emulating your idols, Phil the Power Taylor, the Flying Scotsman Gary Anderson and Peter Snakebite Wright. Well done to everyone. It's an absolute honour to represent your country, your state, at any level of support, and it's quite clear to me and to the rest of the people in the suburbs of Spence that we have a lot of depth in our sporting talent pool, and I'm sure over the coming years we'll have many more representatives from our electorate, and I wish them all the best. So thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Order. The House stands adjourned until Monday, the 5th of September 2022 at 10 a.m.